A focused beam of light illuminates a pillar marked with graffiti in a dark, industrial space. A person stands with their feet firmly planted on a dimly lit, paved surface. A character stands still in a dark corridor, holding a futuristic rifle with glowing white lines. Armed figures advance cautiously through a dark, industrial building, ready for action. A helmet scans actively in a dark, indistinct space, a hand positioned near it. Glowing red grid lines define an abstract, dark environment with towering structures and a large red cylinder. Two figures move cautiously, one spots a target, then lunges forward, aiming a futuristic rifle. A young person crouches distressed in a harsh spotlight, shielding their face and biting their hand in panic. A wild-looking person flees rapidly to the right, pursued by two armed figures in tactical gear. An armored figure aims a rifle as a child runs from a bright, starburst-like light on the ground. An armored character's head is seen in a dynamic close-up, shouting an urgent command. A bright room with a bed and sunlit window remains static, bathed in natural light. A boy lies in bed, startled, eyes wide and mouth agape, reacting to an unseen event. A child sits up in bed, eyes wide open, absorbing the dazzling sunlight from the window. A small white church and a brick pillar with a sign stand on a grassy hill under a blue sky. A person's splayed feet suggest crouching or careful movement on a dark wooden floor. A child takes an unsteady step, arms outstretched for balance, appearing to wobble. A clean floor and a plate with an apple, croissant, and olives are observed. A child sits peacefully on a grassy hillside under a bright, sunny sky. A larger figure speaks to a small child who sits on the grass, looking up. Two figures extend an invitation to play to a third, who reacts with visible shock and fear. A central character is on all fours, bristling with extreme terror, pink lines indicating intense action. Three characters run across a bright green field, while one on all fours looks startled. A person crouches intently, then reacts with wide-eyed shock as a yellow butterfly lands on their head. A child lies on their back in the grass, playfully flailing arms and legs, as butterflies flutter nearby. A woman looks out a large window at an expansive green field with a distant, indistinct object. Two women converse, one speaking to the other who is seated in a wheelchair. The rescue team said he probably grew up with animals. The character looks forward with a confused, surprised expression and a floating question mark, speaking. Skipped. A woman in a wheelchair speaks, looking to her right, hands clasped in her lap in a sunlit room. A beige bell tower with a visible bell stands under a bright blue sky with white clouds. Children walk energetically on a wooden floor, an adult woman reacts with surprise, surrounded by children. A child looks forward with wide, surprised eyes, as an adult also reacts with an open mouth. An adult's hand presents a wax-sealed letter to a child, who looks up with a raised hand. The child looks off-panel with a wide-eyed, surprised or curious expression in a softly lit room. The young girl looks surprised, reacting to an unseen person's words. Two children stand facing each other, with the girl engaged in conversation. Sunlight bathes an indoor room with two tall windows, decorative paneling, and a dark wooden floor. The two children hold hands and run together towards the right. Children play with sand. Later, a child with pigtails gestures animatedly at an anatomical chart, discussing. A boy holds food over his plate while a girl eats, both seated at a long wooden table. Children play on tire swings in a sunny, grassy field, one hangs upside down, another reaches out. Children sit at desks in a classroom, some raising hands as the teacher gestures. A child sits with crossed arms, looking forward with a surprised, open-mouthed expression in warm light. Two figures create silhouettes behind a glowing, orange screen, possibly engaged in shadow play. A small character looks up with a surprised, questioning expression as a hand addresses them. Two children sit on the floor, facing a lit oil lantern, waiting for someone. The boy looks intently to the right with a wide-eyed, surprised, or focused expression. A child looks out a window from inside a warmly lit room into a dark, starry night sky. A character's wide eyes reflect amazement or strong emotion as warm light bathes the scene. Stars streak across the dark cosmos, implying rapid, breathtaking movement through space. A hand presents a stick puppet, a classic gray alien, against a simple, muted background. A woman teaches children, holding two paper puppets in a brightly lit classroom. A character reacts with shock, mouth agape, pointing a finger to their ear as sparks fly. Children gather on a colorful merry-go-round, engaged in lively conversation on the playground. Hands hold open a thick, ancient book, its illegible script hinting at hidden tales. Children huddle around an old book outdoors, one boy wide-eyed in surprise, others peeking. An index finger points intently at text within the pages of a thick, open book. A radiant, rainbow specter extends a glowing hand to a smaller, purple form over a city at dusk. A man screams through a shattered window, handgun raised, as a news report covers urban destruction. Several individuals engage in an intense discussion around a formal meeting table. A missile launches from a tank, while a lone figure stands tiny on a vast, white alien landscape. A finger gently touches a bright surface, tiny glowing particles emanating from the contact point. A humanoid figure reaches into a black hole, emitting intersecting beams of pure white energy. Children listen intently to a story on the playground, while a butterfly rests on an open book below. A bronze bell rings loudly within its tower as an unseen voice sings. A person with long dark hair stands amidst excited children, reaching out and calling. A child turns, eyes wide, with a surprised or questioning look after being called. A woman kneels, offering a white envelope to a child who gazes up at it. Hands carefully hold an envelope, secured with a distinctive red wax seal. A wide-eyed child holds a document, face neutral, in a simple room. Playtime toys are discarded as a boy stares wide-eyed at a sealed envelope. A child stands upset beside a tipped bucket, while someone looks on from the foreground. A young girl cries intensely, tears streaming down her face, mouth open in distress. A sunbeam illuminates a quiet, cluttered room, revealing stored objects. A distressed person shouts, "Go away," at a surprised, apprehensive child. Three small figures run in a playful circle on the sunlit wooden floor. A wide-eyed child observes cookie crumbs on the floor, near another person. A girl cries in distress, hunched over in a dimly lit room. A partially eaten cookie is offered, met with a sound of annoyance or displeasure. A character faces away, their thoughts or words conveyed through speech bubbles. A character cries, consumed by feelings of deep sadness and loneliness. Two figures are in close contact, possibly struggling or embracing on a white background. A girl weeps, embracing a wide-eyed boy sitting on the floor amidst golden light. Tears stream down a character's face, revealing intense emotional distress. A braided-haired character offers a cookie to a nervous, questioning small figure. A small character gazes up at a cookie with increasing desire, drool streaming. A person's silhouette is cast onto a sheet in a dust-filled, golden-lit room. A kneeling character shows a paper to a black-haired figure, who peers intently. Hands hold up a paper reading, "Hello there," prompting a character's reaction. A woman looks frustrated as white specks fall from an upside-down envelope, surprising a child. A sparkling, iridescent blue flower lies exquisitely on a warm wooden surface. A boy gazes forward, mouth slightly ajar, with a surprised or intense expression. A hand gently cradles a vibrant blue flower with a pale yellow center. Three people in beds, one stretches, one sleeps, another is startled by a flower. A baby, wide-eyed and delighted, holds a blue flower amidst sparkling blossoms. A young man lies awake in bed within a dimly lit dormitory, others sleeping. A static scene captures a bell tower under a bright blue, cloudy sky. A person shouts and gestures, while a hand extends a white envelope against a backdrop of autumn leaves. A woman joyfully presents a brown gift box with a gold ribbon, a festive Christmas tree adorning the background. The older girl looks surprised as two younger children express excitement, their faces alight with wonder. A child sits amidst a bounty of toys and wrapped gifts on a wooden floor, small sparkles dancing in the air around them. The young woman examines papers as three children intently gaze at a box of colorful crayons, a fluffy creature resting at their feet. Children play amidst gifts and toys, while three others react with surprise, wide eyes, and a soft smile. A wooden box holds rows of brightly colored, sparkling crayons, suggesting newness and vibrancy. The character looks up with wide, shining eyes and blushed cheeks, caught off guard by a spoken question. Mori holds a crayon poised to draw, but an adult reaches out in distress to stop them, while another child watches in surprise. The child demonstrates drawing with a pink crayon in a sketchbook, captivating a surprised onlooker. The character expresses extreme shock, arms slightly outstretched, as yellow-white flashes erupt behind them. Intense sunlight streams through large, multi-paned windows, illuminating the room with a brilliant glow. White laundry items hang gently on a rope clothesline, swaying softly under a clear blue sky. Four children stand in wooden tubs, their pants rolled up, as two foreground figures observe them in the sunny outdoors. A person's feet tread on a substantial amount of white fabric within a large wooden barrel. A child excitedly lifts a wrinkled foot from a wooden tub, as another child watches with wide-eyed surprise. A young woman holds white fabric, speaking with alarm, while a child runs excitedly in the background. Feet are submerged in soapy water within a wooden barrel, treading a large white cloth amidst bubbles and sparkles. The character looks startled and overwhelmed, with wide eyes, blushing cheeks, and a bead of sweat. A child splashes joyfully in a wooden bathtub filled with water and bubbles, observed by a person with reddish-brown hair. The girl speaks with an expression of alarm, her right hand clenched into a tight fist. The red-haired youth in a barrel looks questioning, while a woman runs across a field, arm raised in a wave. The character looks upwards with a delighted, open-mouthed expression, basking in the sunny outdoor setting. A large, cat-like creature spills from a tilted tub, causing water to splash, as two small figures watch in surprise. A child embraces a distressed adult woman, who weeps with a hand on her chest. A crying child tightly hugs an adult woman, burying their face into her shoulder in a tender embrace. A foreground character leans forward in an embrace as three chibi figures in wooden barrels react with surprise. The boy looks forward with a surprised, wide-eyed expression, his mouth slightly ajar. The young boy stands with his back to the viewer, gazing towards two distant figures in a vast grassy field. The girl speaks, eyes closed and smiling, conveying a warm sense of farewell. Two children stand close in a dimly lit room, engaged in a quiet conversation or moment of instruction. Hands carefully place or hold a brown messenger bag and a pair of light brown boots. The dark-haired child looks wide-eyed, while the red-haired child, upset, faces away in sadness. One character holds the other in a tight, comforting hug from behind in a dimly lit room. Two individuals are in very close proximity, possibly embracing, one looking startled under a white fabric. The character sleeps peacefully, nestled in a bed with a soft white pillow or blanket. The two children embrace each other in a warm, heartfelt hug, surrounded by subtle glowing marks. A woman holds a suitcase, while a child with a raised arm stands nearby, the wind gently moving their hair and dress. A crowd of people wave with raised hands, a girl with an open mouth and a small boy gaze forward intently. The child sits peacefully on a grassy hill, gazing up at the clear blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. A child's cheek puffs out, then they lift their shirt, revealing skin while holding a piece of paper to their chest. Hands hold a letter addressed, "My dear round one," adorned with a vibrant blue flower. The character is shown wearing a distinctive cloak, light softly reflecting off its fabric against a bright background. The creature appears surprised and amazed, nestled amongst a box of vibrant, colorful crayons. Abstract beige shapes outlined in purple form a backdrop, adorned with clusters of stylized blue wildflowers. The boy sits, holding a blank paper to his face, eyes closed, surrounded by floating blue flowers and shimmering sparkles. A hand gently places a vibrant, iridescent blue flower onto a piece of paper bearing faint, dark characters. The person gazes intently towards the left of the frame, silhouetted against a light blue sky. Children play amidst toys and wrapped gifts on the wooden floor, an adult's arm reaching into the frame. A child cries deeply, tears streaming, as they are held in a comforting embrace by a larger person. Bathed in a warm, bright glow, the figure gazes intently upwards, observing something unseen. A child sits peacefully on a sun-drenched green hill, eyes fixed on the distant horizon and vast sky. Hands carefully tuck a fluffy monster toy into a messenger bag, joining a notebook and a pen. Under a starry night, a boy with his satchel looks worried, while a distant illuminated building glows softly on a hill. Against a dark, star-dusted night sky, a lone hand reaches out, waving or yearning towards the heavens. A solitary figure stands in a vast, dark field, their gaze lost in the endless expanse of the star-filled night sky. With purposeful strides, a figure moves across a metallic platform, the starry cosmos stretching out below. Amidst a mystical, star-dusted forest, a child walks alone on train tracks, venturing deeper into the night. Within a dim, rustic interior, several animals rest peacefully on a wooden floor amidst scattered piles of hay. A large, gentle animal lovingly licks the face of a child resting on a bed of straw, a moment of quiet affection. Waking in a barn, a child sits up in the hay, rubbing sleep from their eyes, as two cows watch nearby. Abstract dark and light tones dominate, with two distinct vertical stripes appearing on the far right edge. A boy leans out from an open freight car, riding the rails as the long train rumbles across the landscape. A black steam train snakes through a desolate, orange-brown desert, spewing white smoke as it navigates rocky formations. Boots stand firmly on dusty ground, small clouds rising around them, suggesting recent, powerful movement. A character stands by the tracks, arm outstretched, as a train passes through the red-hued desert. The child stares forward with an expression of wide-eyed innocence and curiosity. A tiny figure treks alone across a vast, sun-drenched desert, under a sky adorned with fluffy clouds. A boot lifts slightly from the flat, sandy ground, marking a step in the desolate, open landscape. Alone in a vast, sandy desert, a small figure stands still, facing the horizon under a soft blue sky. A boy watches in surprise as small rocks crumble from a massive, reddish-brown rock formation in the desert. With wide, curious eyes and a questioning thought bubble, the child stares forward, puzzled. In the distance, a small group moves across the vast, hazy desert, leaving a faint trail of dust behind them. Four figures on futuristic motorcycles speed across a desolate desert, one passenger raising a long firearm skyward. The character stares forward, wide-eyed and terrified, mouth agape in a gasp or scream, an exclamation mark echoing their shock. A small figure races across arid sand dunes, pursued at high speed by two individuals on motorcycles, kicking up dust. Three motorcyclists converge on a lone, small character standing amidst the vast, yellow-brown desert landscape. The character turns their gaze sharply towards the left, their expression unreadable against the plain white. Perched on a rocky cliff, a character on a motorcycle surveys the expansive, arid desert stretching before them. Three figures stand in a barren landscape, looking forward, the central one expressing surprise. Crouched low, a small character looks on in wide-eyed surprise, enveloped by the long shadows of unseen figures. Five figures huddle in the barren desert, conversing intently as they gaze down at a small object on the sand. A bandaged figure looks down as a human collapses onto the sand, sweat and tears visible on their face. A character speaks, their words hanging in the plain white space, asking a question about food. A hand drips liquid on the left, while on the right, three figures stand in a vast desert, two focused on the central one. The monster lunges forward, right fist poised to strike with immense power, debris flying from its forceful impact. With an aggressive, threatening snarl, the monster speaks directly, its gaze piercing from the stark background. A cloaked figure, hunched in a submissive posture, speaks apologetically against a solid brown backdrop. A tiny human gazes up at a large humanoid, while a monstrous creature shows a sudden pause of realization. Leaning forward with outstretched, splayed hands, the character wears an expression of wide-eyed surprise and bewilderment. With hands raised defensively, both characters appear surprised, the bucket-helmeted one reacting with alarm. A character speeds through an abstract landscape on a large, futuristic black motorcycle armed with prominent front weapons. A monster stands, fists clenched, as two fearful humanoids behind it react to an unseen threat with agitation. Both characters unleash a flurry of gunfire, muzzle flashes and energy effects illuminating their aggressive attack. A futuristic motorcycle speeds through the desolate desert under heavy fire, projectiles impacting around it in a dust storm. A character races at high speed on a heavily armed vehicle, red laser beams firing and golden energy streaking around them. With fangs bared and mouth agape, the creature lets out an aggressive roar in the ominous, shadowy depths. A colossal beast unleashes a powerful attack, creating a massive explosion of dust as a distant, smaller figure becomes its target. The snarling beast lunges forward, right arm extended and claws splayed, radiating fierce intensity. Leaning forward, a character speeds across the landscape on a large, dark, futuristic motorcycle, gripping the handlebars. A powerful, bright yellow-orange explosion erupts from cracked brown ground, sending energy lines and dark debris flying upwards. The creature grins widely, showing sharp teeth, gazing forward from a simple, abstract background. A hand is held open, palm upwards, surrounded by digital glitches and ethereal energy, suggesting activated power. An eye is shown in tight close-up, radiating lines conveying intense focus or surprise, an exclamation mark in a speech bubble. A motorcycle and rider launch rapidly upwards, airborne against a bright sky, leaving a trail of dust. A large, futuristic firearm fires, emitting a bright flash and a prominent blue beam, surrounded by swirling green and blue energy. Intense teal and blue energy blasts streak across a desolate, rocky landscape under a stormy sky, purple distortions rising below. A child leans forward, shielding their face with both hands, struggling against bright light or a gust of dust. A character stands beside a heavy-duty motorcycle, a glowing blue energy trail snaking across the sand behind it. A massive impact crater dominates a sandy landscape, with a plume of dust billowing from a small figure at its center. The character is seated on a futuristic motorcycle, facing the desert. A smaller inset shows their profile. A small person stands between enormous feet or boots, looking up with a surprised expression in a vast desert. A tall, demonic figure is seated on a motorcycle, looking down at a smaller figure on the ground who gazes up. The character looks directly forward with an intense, possibly surprised, expression against a plain background. The character stands with arms slightly out and legs spread, looking determined or upset in an arid landscape. The character speaks or reacts with an intense expression, their glowing eye emerging from shadow. A small robot floats near a masked character. A chibi character looks stressed, surrounded by a holographic interface. A masked figure crouches, and a child with a knife stands beside them, both looking down at something unseen. A close-up shot of a person's head against a plain white background. The character smiles brightly while speaking, against a light green background with faint polka dots. The character stands with arms outstretched, hands open, displaying a surprised and overwhelmed expression with wide eyes. A demon-like character points at the surprised child, who gazes at the floating robot, while the demon smiles broadly. The character smiles confidently, offering a ride or assistance, against a bright white background with sparkles. The character looks wide-eyed and expressive, appearing excited or surprised amidst yellow sparkles. A person and robot are positioned on a light brown surface, with thought bubbles floating above them against a dark background. A hand clenches, suggesting contemplation. A horned character looks left, appearing to react to an unseen speaker. A large figure appears to be speaking to a small child, who looks up curiously with a floating question mark. A gloved hand reaches for another character's hood or collar, who reacts with a slightly open mouth. The character is sweating and blushing, indicating a strong reaction of embarrassment, discomfort, or shock. A tall, red-skinned character stands with arms outstretched, speaking to a much smaller, caped character who looks up. The red-skinned character yells into a speech bubble, stating they are busy, while the smaller character listens. A masked character on a futuristic motorcycle raises their left hand, possibly waving, as white particles float around them. A small figure moves at extremely high speed, kicking up a trail of dust or energy, rapidly departing across the desert. The masked character drives a vehicle at high speed through a dusty environment, indicated by motion lines. The character looks right with a worried, flushed expression, reacting to a past event or realization. The robot is speaking, while an unseen character reacts angrily to its statement. The red-skinned character leans forward, blushing as a hand offers a bottle of liquid, which they accept gratefully. The character drinks from a clear rectangular bottle containing a light blue liquid. A man holds a rectangular bottle, tilting it to drink, as liquid spills down his chin and drips. A chibi character clings to a larger individual in motion, whose white-haired head leans towards the chibi. An Oni-like character is on a dark, mechanical vehicle. The first character looks up in shock and surprise. The character struggles on a black motorcycle, appearing to be bucked off while moving rapidly across the desert. A rock character introduces itself. In an adjacent panel, several figures and machinery fall violently through the air. The character displays an intense and aggressive expression, with glowing eyes and bared fangs. The character is hunched over, holding their head with one hand, appearing to be in pain as torn paper falls around them. A red-skinned character sits on the ground, looking serious, a fist clenched. Papers, fabric, and a splayed cat surround them. The red-skinned character sits on the ground, looking intense, fist clenched. Papers and a small furry creature rest on his leg. The character holds two pieces of paper, looking at them with surprise or curiosity in a dimly lit setting. The character holds a piece of paper, eyes wide open in intense shock or surprise at something off-panel. The red-skinned demon screams in pain or shock, hands clawed, as a brown cylindrical object falls from his grasp, watched by a surprised boy. A red-skinned humanoid explains the campfire to a small human, who sits wrapped in fabric, expressing thanks. Exhausted, a masked figure slumps on the floor amidst scattered papers, a small creature nestled by their leg. A dark cylinder lies nearby. Under a dark, mountainous sky, a small character dashes toward the bright campfire as a larger figure watches. By the campfire, a small, confused character holds a container, prompting an "OH" from the larger figure nearby. A child reaches out as a person's face is splashed by a mid-air cup. A happy rock rests near a foot. Clear liquid streams relentlessly down the character's face, neck, and chest, suggesting intense emotion. Jagged yellow lines burst from a dark blue background as the boy reacts with extreme surprise, arms wide. The small character, shocked, reaches for a crumpled red object amidst papers, an envelope with a red seal floating nearby. Against a dark backdrop, the character's face is half illuminated, half shadowed, fixed in an intense gaze. The person clutches a stack of papers tightly to their chest with both hands in the dim light. A dark red wax seal with an intricate symbol is affixed to the person's shirt, drawing their focused gaze. Hooded figures perform a ritual beneath a glowing angelic symbol, hands joined as smaller observers watch. A wounded goat-like creature bleeds from a knife in its back, as red, ghostly hands reach out and grasp it. An intense eye is wide open, blurred by motion, with streaks of blue energy indicating rapid focus. With an intense gaze, the character raises a hand to their chest, index finger pointing up in contemplation. A tight close-up focuses on the character's eye, revealing a moment of intense internal thought. The boy intently examines multiple papers, an envelope with a red wax seal resting beside a fluffy object. A hand holds a piece of light-colored paper, revealing faint text against a dim backdrop. The character, gloved hand to chin, looks forward with a contemplative, perhaps cunning, expression. A dark electronic device displays a critically low battery icon, highlighted by a red bar and diagonal line. A masked figure stands by a glowing futuristic vehicle. A small figure observes. Inset, a gloved hand grips a glowing green gun. Vast desert mesas rise under a wide sky, their reddish-brown forms dominating the barren, sandy landscape. A hand is held up, palms slightly open, fingers loosely curled in a gesturing or questioning pose. A tall figure runs across the vast desert, leaving a small, seated figure behind, while a green creature watches from a rock. A taller human walks in the desert while a smaller figure stands. Two lizards nuzzle on a rock, marked by small hearts. A dark-clothed figure walks through the desert with a child. Creatures gather around a tombstone, one weeping. The character speaks, gesturing emphatically with their left hand, pointing with two fingers. The tall, horned figure stands, gazing down at the small character seated on the barren desert ground. A red-skinned character smiles tensely, scolding a crouched figure who looks away, neglecting to focus. The boy intently observes a beetle on his cloak, mouth slightly open in mild surprise or curiosity. Against dense dark lines, the character screams silently, wide-mouthed, a symbol indicating their unheard distress. With intense focus, the larger character aggressively grips the smaller one's head, forcing them to spit out a purple object. The larger, masked character is on all fours, observing the small figure seated on the dusty expanse. A horned figure aggressively yells at a dazed child, then grabs their face, silencing them as fear sets in. A gloved hand presents a large purplish-blue insect to a surprised small character, explaining its details. A horned man gestures, explaining poisonous traits with illustrations, as a small child listens attentively in the desert. The character agrees aloud, then thinks to themselves, a narration box adding meta-commentary on their internal thoughts. A small character curiously presses a blue button on a massive machine, while a warning cry echoes, "Don't do it." A child reaches for a drooling, spiky green creature's mouth, as a masked figure warns from behind. The small character sinks into a mud puddle, splashing, surrounded by a glowing aura and sparkles. An enraged demon-like figure radiates red lines while a child calmly sits, a warning of "washed away" hanging over them. A troubled character is shown close-up, then lying unconscious on a reddish floor, deep in thought. By the campfire, a small character draws intently while a larger figure rests, head turned towards the flames. A tailed figure lies on the floor. A horned character watches a child drawing at a table, surrounded by art supplies. A toddler sits, pointing at drawings on the warm-toned floor, observed by a larger character. A character observes an object with symbols, contemplating Mori as a name, while another stands nearby. A gloved hand points at a child's drawing of a large humanoid, prompting a question from the character. The small character points from their notebook, eliciting a confused reaction from the larger figure. The red-faced character reacts with a shocked, angry expression, leaning forward, hands slightly raised in disbelief. With red hands, the character holds a white paper, gazing down at it with a worried expression. Gloved hands hold a colorful child's drawing, its vibrant colors contrasting the dark background. Two figures sit by a campfire in a vast, dark desert, one holding a paper, the other facing the flames. The robot speaks to a surprised, then enraged, red-skinned character, while a small human observes. The chibi character takes notes, looking questioningly at a floating cylindrical object. The character looks forward with a determined expression, a slight smirk playing on their lips. Dialogue fills the star-filled space, discussing a rider and asking for a visual. A human lies on the desert ground at night, interacting with a small, glowing object. The sun character speaks as a gloved hand holds a futuristic device with a glowing green interface. The character levitates a small, dark sphere above their open palm on a cliff edge. The red-skinned character speaks, looking upward, while a drone hovers calmly nearby. A character speaks towards a distant, waving figure marked by a red arrow in the desert. The character speaks, looking intently towards the left of the plain panel. The character's face shows an intense, forward gaze against a simple blue-green background. Two figures, human-like and creature, stand facing each other in a barren desert. The character screams or roars, appearing in extreme distress or rage against an abstract background. The character points a black handgun forward, yelling with an enraged expression. A large creature protects a small one in green foliage. A figure runs towards a fire in a desolate land. A gloved hand reaches forward into a bright, fiery area. The figure stands centrally, arms slightly outstretched, observing the tumultuous, fiery surroundings. The character stands amidst intense, flickering flames, looking forward with a distressed expression. A child's silhouette is visible amidst a roaring inferno, seemingly consumed by fire. A cloak rapidly flutters and sweeps amidst a fiery, energetic environment. The red-skinned character speaks, mouth open, while the robot hovers calmly beside them. The child is depicted mid-air, arms outstretched, looking alarmed amidst disappearing flames. A radiant, swirling vortex of energy emits a powerful white-yellow beam from its dark core. The chibi boy sits on the sand, looking forward, as glowing yellow particles float around him. A tall, horned figure observes a small seated human, with spiky creatures and a floating object nearby. The red-skinned character is shocked, while a large lizard appears nervous, a small one contentedly sparkles. A worried horned humanoid speaks to a child looking up, as a small robot floats nearby. The taller character kneels, holding the small child, expressing surprise or shock in the desert. The creature's multiple glowing eyes emphasize a fierce, intense expression on its face. The horned character stands in a wide, aggressive stance, yelling furiously while holding a large weapon. A brown creature stands defensively, while a yellow creature cautiously peeks from behind it. The red-skinned character yells enraged, teeth bared, while a bear-like creature stands calmly. The tall, horned figure protectively holds a child, yelling in anger at a distressed blob-like creature. A dark-clad figure aims a firearm, firing yellow energy streaks towards reacting figures. The red-skinned character looks alarmed as a small robot warns of something approaching from below. A colossal, segmented rock creature emerges from the desert, dwarfing the two figures. A small horned figure looks up at a towering, massive creature in a desolate environment. The character shows intense shock and distress, sweat on their face, reacting to an unseen event. A robot-like figure moves rapidly, a humanoid character in the foreground braces, reacting intensely. A tall person and child face the immense rock creature, with small, agitated creatures in front. The colossal creature's head descends towards two small lizard-like creatures as a man and child observe. The character speaks, expressing hesitation or surprise against a plain white background. The red-skinned character yells intensely with an enraged expression, questioned by an unseen voice. A tall figure and child observe a tiny creature. A boy looks confused at a bipedal tan creature. Paws or hands hold a large, sparkling, golden yellow, multifaceted crystal or gem. A boy delightedly reaches for a sparkling object, then rummages in a bag watched by companions in the desert. The boy extends a feather towards a four-eyed creature, which reacts with raised paws and sparkles. A tall masked figure looks down in confusion as two small chibi characters playfully circle its feet. A barren desert stretches under a pale sky. A tall figure and a child observe a massive, spiky creature, while tiny beings climb it. A dark object floats mysteriously. The creature rests peacefully, nestled within the embrace of two colossal natural formations, silhouetted against a pale sky. A tall character stands while a small child, back turned, clutches a small reddish-brown object against their chest. The tall, red-faced figure speaks, looking down at the small child, who gazes back with an attentive stare. Amidst a starry, ethereal expanse, the child looks over their shoulder, a small fist clenched, a glimmer of curiosity in their eyes. Surrounded by soft light and golden sparkles, the child gazes forward, hands clasped, an expression of pure wonder on their face. Under a dramatic sky, three small, sparkling figures circle a tall central character, amidst towering rock formations. Under the warm glow of a campfire, the red-skinned individual and the smaller figure rest, eyes closed, a small bag nearby. In a vast, sandy landscape, the character stands in profile, hands clasped, holding a small reddish-brown object. The character's intense gaze pierces forward in a close-up, one hand held thoughtfully near their face. In a dim interior, the white-haired character speaks to a floating robot, seeking information, which the robot readily provides. Immersed in a futuristic realm, the character leans back, surrounded by glowing green holograms depicting biological data and figures. A glowing green digital display flashes with abstract lines and genetic symbols, conveying crucial information through a speaker bubble. The pale-faced character leans in close, speaking to the reddish-orange skinned individual, who looks up attentively. The robot converses, its systems diligently processing complex information regarding human reproduction. Silhouetted hands hover above a planet-like orb, surrounded by a golden sunburst, hinting at cosmic observation or influence. On a stark white background, the concept of humans is presented, accompanied by descriptive text. Stick figures representing a population shift from black to red, then fade into darkness, symbolizing a tragic decline. The character's face is shown in close-up, a stern gaze indicating deep contemplation or a profound observation. Resting their head on their arm, the character lies down, gazing forward into the dimly lit space. Bathed in a warm, golden glow, the child sleeps soundly on their side, tucked comfortably under a blanket. The large red-skinned character rests on their side, gently touching the sleeping child, a contemplative expression on their face. A small, delicate hand gently clasps onto two fingers of a larger, gloved hand in the dim light. A tiny, pale infant's hand tightly clasps a single finger of a large, reddish-orange hand. The larger, red-skinned figure gently cups the smaller figure's face, who rests peacefully, hands near their head. The child sleeps peacefully on their side, bathed in the soft, warm glow of an indoor setting. The character's intense gaze is fixed forward in a close-up, one hand thoughtfully resting near their chin. A large finger gently presses a child's cheek. Later, the tall horned character is startled as the child floats in the air. The character lies back, head tilted, gazing out with a distinctively mischievous expression. Unseen, dialogue echoes from the complete darkness, indicating an important exchange. In a close-up, the character's intense blue eyes shine with fierce determination against a dark background. The demon-like figure rests on their back, holding the baby close. Both are at peace on the warm ground, a small device nearby. The small character rests peacefully on their back, red cape fanned out across the vast green field. Sitting on a grassy hill, the child gazes skyward, a faint white streak visible against the blue. The character stands in an open field, intently gazing into the distant horizon. With a wide, intense eye, the boy looks left, a silent surprise hinted by ellipses. Under a bright blue sky, the character wears a quizzical expression, deep in thought. The person's wide, intense eyes stare upward, reflecting awe or deep concentration. The child leans against another, partially seen character, held close in a secure embrace. A large, demon-like figure carries the child, speaking intensely amid streaks of motion. The large figure presents the small child, who looks up, perhaps at an unseen observer. A vast, desolate landscape unfolds, dominated by towering, rugged rock formations. A bustling market scene, barrels, ripe fruits on a blue cloth, and a red awning overhead. Amidst rough rock, the boy stands calmly, looking forward with a neutral gaze. Small figures traverse ancient bridges, spanning a vast canyon of towering rock formations. The boy looks on in awe, the demonic man behind him, as a robot floats past with speed lines. The horned character smiles delightedly, flanked by allies, bathed in a shower of hearts and compliments. A tiny character stands observed by four larger figures and an unseen speaker. The boy appears flustered and overwhelmed, surrounded by thoughts of his small adorableness. The horned character gestures angrily, purple energy lines emanating from cloaked figures nearby. The larger character holds the chibi, who has a question mark, as thoughts of popularity arise. The person walks forward, footsteps echoing in the simple wooden-paneled room. Inside a cave, figures are at rest, one draws, others observe or sit quietly by glowing orbs. The stern red-skinned man holds the child, as others ask if they can touch him. Smiling, the character displays a red fabric with one hand, while the other reveals sharp, elongated fingers. Two adults converse intently, the red-skinned character cradling a small child between them. A hand holds an off-white envelope, sealed with a distinctive brown, spiraling wax mark. One character offers a white item to another, who looks down, mouth agape in surprise. The red-skinned character shows surprise then contemplation, while the boy observes behind him. The child watches wide-eyed as a pale hand descends, reaching close. Across a rustic counter, a white-haired figure negotiates with a robed old man, surprised by the price. The demon-like character speaks with fiery energy, the woman emphatically, as a cloaked figure reacts in distress. The young boy reaches out, pointing a small dark object at a black cylindrical device. The red-skinned character speaks, a stressed expression on his face, a large hand in the foreground. Kneeling, a person gathers scattered coins and papers, while onlookers laugh. A holographic display shows a battery at 72%, as conversation turns to selling. The red-skinned character speaks with a concerned look, seated on the ground with the child. The red-skinned character holds a golden object, seeking its value from the robed figure. With a wide smile, the character presents a glowing amber object, eliciting a surprised, "What?" Three large, golden nuggets glint on a dark surface, emphasized by a jagged exclamation mark. The horned character clutches a small, fearful creature as a blonde figure offers a clawed hand. Three large, golden crystalline objects shimmer, captivating and translucent. An elongated, golden crystal radiates white lines from its multifaceted surface. The red-skinned character holds a glowing amber object, sparkling, captivating both onlookers. The horned character leans in, presenting a small, red object with gold to the robed figure. A golden leaf drops to a reaching child, the horned man crouches as the child looks surprised. The baby, on hands and knees, leans forward, reaching out, ready to crawl. The chibi character scurries forward, arms moving, focused on its path. Two hands simultaneously reach for a large, golden, crystalline block. The chibi child reaches for a golden object, a shadowy hand looms, surprising the child. The large, masked figure leans down, extending a gloved hand with a golden ring to the kneeling child. The figure looks directly forward, speaking, their words hanging in the air. A small boy dangles from a purple sash tied to a cloaked figure's arm, then walks away, glancing back nervously. A black-gloved hand firmly grips an orange garment near another person's neck or shoulder. Shadowy hands of a large, hooded figure reach towards a startled boy suspended within a swirling purple vortex. A child rests, wrapped in a cloak, then reaches upward as a grotesque face appears above them in a terrifying vision. A character reacts with intense shock, wide eyes conveying surprise, emphasized by an exclamation mark. A central masked figure stands, looking directly forward with an unreadable expression. The boy stands with both arms outstretched and slightly forward, moving uncertainly. A child screams or cries out loudly, fists clenched and raised in an expression of fear or distress. The child screams loudly, mouth wide open, eyes closed, and tears streaming down his face with clenched fists raised. A white-haired character sits at a rustic bar, arm extended, while others converse and background figures move. The character looks left with a surprised and concerned expression, searching and calling out a name. A robed character expresses surprise or disbelief, looking intently towards something off-panel to the right. A character cautiously peeks from behind a doorframe, only one eye and part of their face visible. The character stands facing forward, looking directly ahead with an intense, focused gaze. A character in a dynamic pose reacts or calls out, motion lines suggesting movement and speech. A speaker calls out to a figure within a moving crowd of characters, indicating a scanning process is underway. A gloved hand extends forward, accompanied by an urgent command for someone to stop. A small creature falls rapidly from a height, streaking hair indicating speed, as a human-like figure watches from above. The character stands in a dark, rocky cavern, gazing upwards and to the left, observing the illuminated surroundings. A figure stands in a dark, stony environment, looking directly forward with a stoic expression. The character snarls intensely, baring sharp teeth, as red speed lines and a device with green lights suggest motion or power. The horned character issues an urgent command to a floating robot, which ascends, holding a slender dark object. The foreground character gazes across a rugged landscape while a distant figure runs rapidly across an elevated structure. The character lies on its side, reaching out with its left arm, appearing to be in an active state or moving. A black device displays a glowing green segmented circle, indicating a scanning the town process. A small, dark cylindrical object is suspended within an intricate structure of gnarled, glowing green beams. The robot is centered on a digital map, facing a highlighted path with a U-turn arrow symbol. A red glowing dot expands on a digital map with concentric circles, a green arrow points, and a speech bubble is present. The character leans forward with intense focus, radiating speed lines emphasizing rapid motion or preparation for action. The main character runs quickly down a set of stairs as distant figures move along a rocky path in the background. A cloaked creature looks intently from behind a wooden barrel, with a hand resting on its surface and an empty speech bubble. A digital map displays a pulsating red dot and a U-turn symbol, accompanied by an instruction to move to a bridge. A small, hooded character enthusiastically presents a large, sand-colored lizard or dragon sculpture on a stand. A tan character is propelled through the air, mouth agape, as the background shatters and a gloved hand reaches into the chaos. The central figure cries with visible tears, their large eyes conveying sorrow, as other figures observe in the background. A small black device with a glowing green light rests on the floor next to a crumpled dark cloak adorned with purple ribbons. The horned character is in a dynamic, defensive pose, arm raised, while a hooded figure floats ominously behind. A mysterious figure emerges from a stormy or desolate environment, fixed in a static, direct gaze. The boy struggles with motion lines around him, then looks distressed and shocked, hand near his mouth. The character is depicted in a dynamic, forward-leaning pose, surrounded by radial speed lines, indicating rapid motion. Speed lines indicate rapid movement towards a dark archway leading to a bright void with golden bars and warning symbols. A person stands or steps on a striped floor, dynamic yellow lines radiating around their legs, emphasizing movement. The character stands with their back to the viewer, looking into a dark, root-filled space with jagged yellow lines arcing. The character looks forward with an expression of fear or profound shock in a blurry, desolate environment. Dialogue is spoken over a green geometric pattern, with a target graphic, red dot, and concentric circles visible. A robot-like character moves dynamically, speed lines indicating rapid motion, as a small object flies off. A person is suspended by a rope, dangling in a rocky outdoor environment with descending steps. The character is violently thrown mid-air, enraged, with clenched fists, energy trails, and red streaks signifying intense motion. The cloaked figure reacts with surprise and urgency, looking up towards a distant, silhouetted figure in motion on a cliff. A cloaked figure falls or sinks with red stains, then their face is shown with wide, shocked eyes, conveying alarm. A futuristic vehicle plummets from above as a cloaked figure looks up, hands raised in reaction to its dramatic descent. A sleek, dark hoverbike streaks rapidly through the air, leaving subtle trails in its wake against a blurry background. Across desolate, rocky terrain, one character moves while another remains stationary, possibly injured or resting near dark debris. The white-haired character turns, surprised, to face the still masked figure, questions forming on their lips in the murky gloom. The red-skinned character yells intensely into a red-streaked void, startling a small, surprised figure against a black backdrop. The figure gazes forward, a gloved hand slightly raised, subtle motion lines indicating a momentary pause. A robot floats in a dark void, its sensors actively scanning, searching for a voice amidst the silence. The character snarls, mouth wide open in a shout, raw emotion radiating outwards against a minimalist background. A demon-like character yells, confronting a partial figure, demanding the return of a tiny human from their pocket. Two unseen individuals converse as a partially visible figure stares directly ahead, the lower panel blank. The character speaks, hands positioned thoughtfully in front of them against an indistinct, shadowed background. The red-skinned character snarls in fear and distress, while a cylindrical device silently observes from the shadows. With aggressive determination, the red-skinned character aims a multi-barreled gun directly forward, ready to strike. The figure stands still amidst the dark, cloudy shadows, speaking with calm resolve. The masked figure, in close-up, speaks of affection and an intent to raise someone, their thoughts echoing in a dim interior. The masked figure observes intently off-panel, two distinct thoughts forming in their mind against a plain, dark background. Mid-outburst, the character snarls towards the right as an unseen voice questions their very identity. Two characters stand at a distance in a rocky area, one gesturing emphatically while the other floats serenely. The masked character points a black handgun, confronting a partially visible figure in a desolate, gray environment. The masked figure speaks, eyes fixed directly forward in a somber, indistinct enclosed space. A character speaks, their intense gaze fixed forward, words directed at an unseen presence in the darkness. Skipped. The figure stands resolutely, facing forward against a dark, hazy, gray background. The masked figure, chest up, speaks while looking slightly upward in the gloomy, indistinct setting. A triple-barreled firearm points down. Beside it, a small robot floats, lines indicating surprise or distress in the smoky gray. The masked character speaks, hands extended, while the cloaked figure listens intently in the dark setting. A figure stands amidst a dark, misty setting, holding a glowing green firearm, gazing towards the right. The character screams in distress, arm extended, mouth wide open and fist clenched in a void of black. The character stands, wide-eyed and frightened, hands clutched to their chest in the featureless black. A boot descends into a dark, narrow space where a person already lies cramped or fallen. The boy hunches forward, wide-eyed and startled, hands slightly raised in defense against the black void. Human hands hold a doll, its mouth open as it speaks from the darkness, startling its holder. The child looks up, wide-eyed and concerned, reacting to a spoken reminder in the dark. The character speaks, offering a compromise or statement in the shadowed, obscured space. Delivering a grim statement, the character speaks, aiming a gun directly forward in the dimly lit environment. A gun is aimed directly at the masked figure, silhouetted against a cloudy gray background. A white silhouette is engulfed in a dynamic splash of magenta, an energy burst indicating impact or power. The character speaks intensely with a strained expression, as an unseen voice questions if they are being heard. The masked figure speaks with an angry, frustrated tone, eyes slightly widened in the plain gray setting. From a low angle, a creature's foot descends, kicking up dust against a dark, cloudy sky. The character stares forward, wide-eyed, uttering, ugh, in clear discomfort or distress against a white background. The large figure cries out in pain as a small child crawls and urinates on them, surrounded by sparkling effects. The red-skinned character smiles in close-up. A chibi figure flees from clawed hands as another walks away. The masked figure stares forward, eyes conveying intense negative emotion against vertical gray stripes. The character expresses intense anger and indignation, wide-eyed, making a strong declaration in a tense, dark setting. The small character crouches, reaching out as shadowy hands close in, threatening to envelop them. The character moves with dynamic force, streaks of green energy and blur indicating extreme speed or a powerful maneuver. The hooded figure screams in pain, then looks at their dripping arm and a jewel, green liquid seeping from the object. An intense eye gazes forward as a massive weapon points prominently, creating palpable tension in the murky shadows. A standing figure grips the arm of a crouching, hooded figure, who looks forward amidst scattered gold coins on the dark ground. The large figure aims a formidable gun forward, a stern warning on their face, as they protectively hold the small child. A shadowy figure points a shotgun directly ahead, while a smaller, distressed person huddles close beside them. A red-skinned character holds a small figure, gazing forward as another person, seen from behind, turns and speaks. From a low angle, a massive, dark, futuristic mech stands imposing, its shoulders marked with green dotted patterns. Two gloved hands firmly hold the small individual's torso, a soft green glow emanating around them. A figure on a motorcycle blurs into motion, speed lines radiating outward as they accelerate rapidly. The small child clings to the larger figure, who appears to sigh or exhale deeply. The red-skinned character laughs heartily, mouth wide, while the small child gazes up at them. Three demon figures cluster, two speak as one laughs boisterously, holding an overwhelmed small child. Within a dark mechanism, two glowing green rectangles stand out, accompanied by a narrative caption. An unseen person holds a surprised, wide-eyed child, their words showering praise upon them. A fluffy creature speaks to the young person, who reacts with wide, sparkling eyes and flushed delight. A man sits on a sleek motorcycle, a small, sparkling character on his shoulder, expressing surprise. A robotic entity offers a concise response, likely concerning navigation or optimal routes. The child rides on the adult's shoulders, gripping their horns, as the adult looks forward with determination, speaking. A lone figure scales a vast landmass as unseen voices urgently command them to stop climbing. In a hazy, mountainous landscape, the unspoken action is revealed through dialogue, driving. One character steps along a rocky path, while another walks away, carrying a small swinging object. A small character's head and upper body peek over a rocky ridge, observing the view beyond. The boy gazes upward with surprise and wonder, his red cape billowing dramatically. The tall figure stands still as the childlike figure poses on a rock, arms outstretched, near a floating drone. The tall, suited figure stands left, observing, while the small, caped figure stands on a rock, arms wide. A drone floats nearby. Amidst lush green foliage and clusters of white flowers, a person is subtly positioned. A white-haired figure runs or leaps along a thick tree branch, observed by a small fox-like creature. The masked figure walks away, glancing back, as a small figure on the ground reaches for a dark object. In a rock shelter, the horned adult cooks over a small fire, stirring a pot as the child watches intently. The large man crouches tensely behind a rock, observing, while the small figure hides close, also looking forward. The tall character shines a light, holding a fluffy creature. The tiny character pants as the horned figure lies incapacitated, watched by a robot. A high-tech interface displays glowing green data, featuring a prominent save button and a dark device. A silhouetted figure ascends a steep incline, their torch illuminating ancient graffiti on the cavern wall. The large red-skinned character holds the child, both smirking at a hovering drone above a damaged shield. The small boy rests peacefully on a wooden raft, as a large humanoid swims below, gazing up at him. The tall figure stands in the eerie green water, facing a wall studded with glowing red eyes, as the small figure floats nearby. The demon-like man wades through glowing water, protectively holding the child, screaming defiantly at attacking flying monsters. The wide-eyed boy looks forward, clutching a small green object as a robot and other small items float beside him. The small character extends a green object towards the grimacing red-skinned humanoid, who displays discomfort. A large, dark, futuristic wheel, armed with a multi-barreled weapon, moves forward, kicking up smoke. Under a vast, moonlit sky with a faint aurora, a small figure rides a horse across the grassy plain. The character gazes intently upwards and right, focused on a bright, distant light in the dark night sky. The white-haired person embraces a small chibi character, both seated on what appears to be a vehicle. A humanoid rides a futuristic motorcycle, looking skyward at massive whales soaring through the starry, aurora-lit night. A colossal creature soars or swims through a celestial expanse, bathed in vibrant turquoise light. A gigantic, whale-like creature with fins soars through the night sky as a motorcycle cruises far below. The child reaches out, mouth slightly open, looking upwards with an expression of surprise or curiosity. A character is shown from the chest up, looking down with a subtle smirk, a gloved hand slightly visible. A person holds a small chibi character towards the starry sky, while a machine operates autonomously. The child is held aloft, gazing upwards with awe, one hand reaching towards the wondrous, illuminated sky. The person looks up in profound awe at a colossal, whale-like creature descending above them. A human hand reaches out towards a large, curved celestial body partially visible in the starry night sky. Antlered whale-like creatures soar through an aurora-lit sky as a person on a motorcycle watches from a grassy hill. A single eye is gently shut, resting in the quiet darkness. A character's face is shown in close-up, gazing ahead with a neutral, thoughtful expression. Beneath a starry night and a pale moon, a woman peacefully cradles a sleeping baby. Eyes closed in thought, the character's mind drifts to my round one. Against a soft, abstract backdrop, a person's eye is gently closed. A steady gaze looks forward, framed by abstract light and a touch of color on the cheek. Under an overcast sky, a demon-like figure holds a child close, softly asking, "Awake?" Amidst speed lines, a large figure cradles a small chibi, speaking softly downwards. A black motorcycle speeds across a desolate, snow-covered plain beneath jagged mountains. A robotic figure asserts dominance as a human character blushes and exclaims with frustration. In a vast, snowy landscape, a lone figure stands beside a large tracked vehicle. On a snowy rise, a figure on a vehicle surveys the desolate, mountainous vista. The red-skinned figure holds the child, discussing strategy with a nearby floating drone. A robot tries to convince, but the other character clearly refuses, surrounded by a dynamic, dotted space. A robot stands on a plain background, a smaller object positioned beside it. Bundled in excessive clothes, a character stands still amidst a whimsical polka-dot background. The red-skinned character proposes rolling the baby into a ball, eliciting a cry of abuse. A horned figure pleads with a floating robot, "Come on, just once," holding a doll. A robot gazes in surprise, a green question mark hovering above its head. Information rapidly approaches, unsettling the character as a small device floats nearby. The character stares in shock and disbelief, reacting to an incredible speed displayed. The character stands still, looking forward against a plain gray background. The character's back is to us, tail curving as they look towards the right. In a dynamic stance, the character stares forward, arms bent and ready for action. The character speaks urgently beside a futuristic black motorcycle, glowing with energy. A heavily booted leg moves with immense speed, leaving prominent motion lines. A figure descends rapidly through the snowy mountains, leaving streaks of speed in its wake. A futuristic vehicle carries characters swiftly across a desolate, gray landscape. An avalanche tumbles down the mountain slopes, creating a cloudy, white cascade. The child looks forward, startled, held securely by an unseen figure. Amidst a dramatic, cloud-filled landscape, a lone figure stands on a distant rise. The character gazes intently, a sudden realization dawning in their eyes. A snowmobile races down a snowy slope, kicking up a large trail of white powder. From a low angle, a character aims a massive, multi-barreled weapon directly forward. In a snowy storm, the red-skinned figure reacts with shock, holding the smaller one close. The red-skinned character stares up in terror, a skeletal hand reaching from a swirling vortex. The character looks skyward, rapidly ascending, their scarf trailing behind them. A solitary figure stands motionless, half hidden by dense mist in a desolate landscape. A powerful foot lands, sending white mist erupting around its base. An imposing figure stands still and upright amidst a swirling, hazy landscape. With wide, anxious eyes and a bead of sweat, the character looks forward in surprise. A figure stands motionless, partially obscured by the mist in a bleak mountain landscape. A character looks left, fangs bared in a shocked and distressed expression. Clenched teeth and sweat reveal the character's intense anger and frustration. From the foreground, a character surveys the distant motorcycle rider in a vast, snowy expanse. The smaller person peeks out from behind the arm of the shielding larger figure. The character's head is tilted, gaze cast downwards in a dim, dark void. The horned character leans forward, gaze intent, holding the small child close in the stark landscape. A cloaked figure stands, back to the viewer, emanating a powerful, ominous aura amidst glowing mist. A black void bursts with spiky red energy, conveying immense power and impact. The red-skinned character gazes sternly forward, a smaller companion watches with a neutral look. An intense expression crosses the character's face, hinting at a crucial decision or unseen event. The horned figure menacingly aims a large firearm forward, a small child positioned nearby amidst radial speed lines. A massive, futuristic armored vehicle descends rapidly from a cloudy sky, its weapons poised. A lone figure stands on a vast, undulating snowfield beneath a stark, gray, mountainous sky. The character roars intensely, fangs bared, hand raised as radiating lines emphasize raw power. A futuristic console displays a dire warning, initiating overclock mode with red and green text. The armored figure speeds forward, internal red lights blazing, streaking through a dark, kinetic scene. The character rides an advanced black vehicle at blurring speed, red energy trailing, a warning triangle below. A hand grasps a futuristic weapon, its green components glowing with radiant cyan energy. Ethereal blue lights glow across a vast, snow-covered mountain range, blurring with rapid motion. A desolate landscape unfolds, a rugged expanse of irregular, blocky formations in gray and white. The red-skinned character grits his teeth, looking right with intense effort, speed lines emphasize his exertion. A small child peeks from under a dark covering, wide-eyed with shock and alarm. An armored figure stands on a snowy plain as massive debris falls from a turbulent, cloudy sky. The demonic figure speeds across a blurred landscape on a sleek, black motorcycle, face grim. A mechanical vehicle rushes forward, approaching rapidly against a blurred, high-speed sky. The character yells fiercely, radiating urgency and power amidst a blur of speed lines. The baby screams in distress, body in motion, as speed lines radiate from its desperate cry. The character speaks intensely, mouth open, against a background of rushing motion lines. An ice bridge spans a deep chasm in a vast, cold mountain range, its translucent beauty observed. A blurred figure hurtles through a cloudy sky, speed lines emphasizing its rapid descent. The masked character fires a green energy beam from a rifle while riding an armored vehicle, holding a child. A character speeds across a desolate landscape on a black motorcycle, wielding a glowing blue energy lance. A character extends a hand, manipulating a swirling blue aura and a small black orb at their fingertips. The character's face shows intense determination, a blurry weapon foregrounding imminent action. Snowflakes softly fall on the character's red-skinned face, as they gaze intently forward. A masked figure clings to a mechanical structure, holding an infant, as a shadowed figure reaches out below. A figure moves dynamically, surrounded by light blue energy streaks and cross-shaped particles. A desolate, icy mountain range unfolds, a chasm spanned by a stunning blue ice bridge. The character grins, speaking intently, a weapon aimed in a tense standoff. The red-skinned character stares with grim determination, a weapon poised for immediate danger. A character's striking gaze commands attention, while an unseen figure reacts with confusion. The black-haired character forcefully lifts the horned figure by the neck, suspended midair. A gloved hand firmly grips the neck of a red-skinned individual, clearly under attack. The character's face contorts in a grimace of pain, multiple glowing eyes wide with strain. Two legs are suspended, subtle motion lines indicating a fall or rapid movement. Airborne, the horned character aims a futuristic gun at a cloaked figure surrounded by swirling energy. A figure snowboards down a steep, icy mountain slope, kicking up a trail of powder. A gloved hand grips a black pistol, radial speed lines emphasizing its rapid movement or recoil. The masked character confronts another at close range, shards flying from the impact of their attack. The character's face twists into an angry, feral snarl, shouting in defiance. A gray-faced figure reaches a silhouetted hand towards a red-clad person, back to the viewer. A dark hand reaches out intently towards a smaller, blurred figure in the background. A child looks up with a distressed expression, snowflakes gently falling in a dim light. A gloved hand grips red, while a striking green eye with a vertical pupil opens in surprise. The character rapidly descends alongside a mechanical device, plummeting into a stark void. In a stark mountain landscape, two figures face off, one seated on an armored vehicle, radiating tension. A powerful blow sends one figure hurtling backward through the air, marked by vertical lines of force. A menacing creature's face fills the frame, its intense gaze fixed ominously forward from the shadows. Amidst icy mountains, a figure plummets into a chasm as another stands observing from a perilous bridge. Cloak and hair flow dynamically as a figure moves with powerful speed through an abstract, striped environment. Through heavy rain, a figure speeds on a dark, futuristic motorcycle, hair streaming in the wind. In a dark storm, a figure actively climbs a massive, jagged structure, one arm gripping, the other cradling a bundle. A mysterious figure stands, facing forward, appearing to speak, a subtle green glow emanating to its side. A detailed, stylized object or garment is showcased against an abstract, dark and undefined backdrop. Bundled up, a wide-eyed child gazes forward with a curious or surprised expression from the shadows. A lone figure observes from the shore as a swarm of multi-finned, alien creatures fills the sky over distant mountains. A hooded figure looks up at a floating robot, which displays the word "Rider" against a cloudy sky. A character slowly regains consciousness in a shadowy space, questioning their current state. A horned character lies on the ground, a small creature on their chest, speaking breathlessly about Mori. A tiny figure rests on the back of an enormous flying whale, soaring through a sky of ethereal clouds. A small person speaks, inquiring about their location amidst a desolate, cloudy environment. A character gazes to the right with a focused, slightly concerned expression against a soft gray backdrop. A figure sits on a dark slope, fishing into a colossal black circular void that hangs over misty mountains. A character drives through a festive city night, while the back seat is piled with wrapped presents. A figure sits on a rocky cliff, gazing at a vast mountainous landscape and a swirling black void in the sky. A small child points into a desolate landscape, where dark-winged creatures soar under an overcast sky. A character waves towards a red-skinned figure, who stands still as a drone floats between them. The character is shown in profile, their gaze directed thoughtfully to the left. A red-faced figure holds a jacket, observing a small boy who pauses, looking back thoughtfully. A chibi character looks up confusedly, while a red-skinned figure shows a similar puzzled expression. A small, two-headed character looks up as a larger, concerned figure speaks to them in an open outdoor area. A red-skinned character shouts, holding aloft a small black creature that flails frantically in distress. The red creature roars in anger as a hand touches its face, while a small robot addresses it. A small robot floats in a soft, undefined space, appearing to contemplate or observe. A lone figure stands facing forward on a plain background, marked by the repeated word, "step." A larger character walks steadily, carrying a smaller companion on their shoulders. A lone figure walks through a vast, geometric corridor, heading towards a distant, bright exit. A single foot is raised in mid-air, poised to take another step on a light-colored surface. A small figure is seated at the entrance of nested archways, receiving a message from a floating cube. A figure speaks into an empty space, addressing an unseen listener on a plain beige background. A nervous hooded character states their purpose to an abstract figure, who then requests a symbol. A small character hits a fidgeting multi-limbed figure, who cries out in sudden pain. A hand presents a pristine white envelope, sealed elegantly with a red wax stamp. A cloaked individual stands before a glowing display of symbols, listening to an orb-headed figure. A horned character grimaces in distress, fangs bared, as unseen hands grip their head from behind. A robot-headed character deliberates a choice, a sweat drop on their brow, hands slightly raised in thought. The character looks upward, speaking thoughtfully as golden orbs and symbols swirl around them. The character looks down with a surprised expression, a question mark floating above their head. A small hooded figure sits on a person's shoulder, delicately holding out a tiny blue flower. A light-skinned hand carefully holds a vibrant blue 5-petal flower with a green leaf. A shiny, black, amorphous blob floats mysteriously above a white, angular vase. Glowing magical symbols swirl dynamically in a dark space, radiating light as an unseen voice speaks. The character stands before a large, black rectangular portal, steps marked on the ground. Two figures stand at a black portal's edge, one gloved hand pressing into its dark surface. A cloaked character, facing away, thanks an unseen speaker for reassurance as a teardrop object floats. A gloved hand extends into a dark void, then slips away, receding with a faint trailing motion. Two figures descend, one into darkness, the other falling from a bright sky towards green land. The small character clings to the red-skinned figure's horns, both surprised and in midair. A grand chateau stands majestically behind a field of tall green grass under a cloudy blue sky. A tall character holds a child, both looking up and observing the distant landscape. A quaint white church, nestled on a green hill, is surrounded by lush trees under a pale blue sky. The child looks upward with an expression of wide-eyed surprise and wonder. A larger character runs, reaching out, as a smaller companion playfully skips ahead in a field. One hand grips a knife firmly while the other hand curls, hinting at a loss of stability. Two figures stand before a grand, ornate black metal gate, observing its closed facade. The red-skinned character speaks seriously while a small robot floats nearby, offering a response. A horned character points inquiringly at a dark gray wall, observed by a boy standing behind. A character looks out a barred window, hands on the bars, appearing contemplative and curious. A person peers out from an open window of a building, its panes showing damage. The boy gazes forward with wide-eyed surprise, gripping two dark vertical bars with his hands. The character stands with their back to the viewer, looking towards the right side of the room. A person reacts with visible shock or distress, wide-eyed and mouth agape in close-up. One person hides behind a doorframe, while a young person looks out a barred window in alarm. A small figure slips from a metallic ladder while a larger character looks up in surprise, calling out. A chibi child dashes across a grassy field, while an adult figure reaches out from behind a tall gate, trying to stop them. A red-skinned creature reaches through bars as a child climbs from a window and another runs across a distant lawn. An impatient character aggressively presses a doorbell, their hand blurring with rapid motion against a wall repeating, "Press press press." A person crouches low, one hand on the ground, feet planted, as if landing or poised to spring up in a brightly lit space. A small boy stands alone in a grand, sunlit hallway, its dark wood walls and coffered ceiling adorned with an ornate chandelier. A character stands, wide-eyed and mouth agape, staring at a wooden door that is slightly ajar, illuminated by sunlight. A small person moves quickly across polished wooden floorboards, bathed in rectangular patterns of sunlight from a nearby window. The boy looks forward with wide, tense eyes and a slightly open mouth, an apprehensive expression on his face. The character observes something off-panel with an expression of shock or intense physical exertion, set against a blurred, vibrant background. One foot is lifted, poised mid-step, while the other remains firmly planted on the brightly lit, tiled floor. A small child stands in a brightly lit doorway, arms outstretched and eyes wide, seemingly running towards someone in a grand room. Skipped. A creature with decorative molding on dark paneled walls looks forward, uttering a surprised exclamation. A child faces two bird-like figures, one exclaims, "Oh," holding a basket, while another asks, "May I help you?" The boy looks up with a startled, surprised, or nervous expression in an indoor setting of warm earthy tones. Two cloaked figures converse, one gesturing with a clawed hand, as a small, surprised human stands between them, out of breath. With a whoosh, a young person turns, then sniffs deeply at a cluster of blue flowers in a bright, open field. The boy looks surprised and startled, mouth open, reacting to an unseen event or instruction to his left. A character speaks, asking to wait, as two bird-like creatures react with surprise, one holding an item near an open doorway. A light tapping sound echoes through a grand, sunlit hallway adorned with ornate wooden paneling and a large chandelier. Dynamic speed lines and light rays emanate from the right, emphasizing a dramatic event near a large, dark wooden double door. Two hands reach suddenly towards a partially open wooden door, light spilling from the crack between its panels. Partially hidden by shadow, the boy peeks out, eyes closed and fist clenched in concentration, effort, or shyness. A character's eye widens in awe, surrounded by yellow sparkles, reflecting a moment of wonder against a bright, blue lavender background. The child looks up with wide eyes and an open mouth, radiating speed lines emphasizing a shocked, startled reaction. Many glowing eyes pierce the darkness, gazing forward with an intense, watchful, and ominous presence. A small child looks up in awe and apprehension at a massive, towering, multi-winged figure in a dimly lit space. The boy stands on a sun-dappled wooden floor, looking slightly upwards with a surprised or blank expression. An adult tightly hugs a child, who smiles widely, tears of joy streaming down their face, in a sparkling outdoor setting. The child stands on a reflective wooden floor, looking upwards with a pensive expression under diffused light. The smaller figure looks up at the imposing winged figure in a dimly lit, warm interior. A woman tenderly embraces a child, both serene and content, sharing a quiet moment against a dark, textured background. A shadowy hand reaches downwards towards a person's head, set against a minimalistic reddish-brown background. The child cries intensely, large tears streaming down their distressed face against a softly lit, blurry background. The red-skinned character rushes forward, arms spread, calling urgently to another character facing away in an indoor setting. A small child stands crying loudly on a wooden floor, viewed from above, surrounded by implied larger figures. The bottom character reacts with surprise or alarm, likely to the presence of the creature in the top panel, against a stylized background. Small birds fly over an elegant mansion nestled among lush green trees, under a bright blue sky with fluffy white clouds. A small figure crouches in distress on a wooden floor, bathed in warm, dim light in an indoor space. The red-skinned creature approaches a child hiding under a wooden table, speaking softly, as a robot hovers nearby. Two masked figures try to coax a person hidden under a bed, one speaking to them in a sunlit room. A wooden door stands slightly ajar in a dimly lit interior, revealing a warm-toned tiled floor. The red-skinned character stands with a hand on his hip, conversing with a partially visible dark character in a dim, paneled room. Two characters converse in a wood-paneled room, the red-skinned character displaying a distressed expression under the sunlight. The dark-skinned character clasps their hands as the red-skinned character looks aside, hand near face, in thought or slight surprise. Two characters converse in an interior space, one introduces themselves, while the other reacts. Against an ornate golden halo, a character looks forward, directly introducing themselves with confidence. A glittering, star-filled night sky, with one bright, sparkling star, is viewed through a large, dark blue window. A person sleeps peacefully in a dimly lit bedroom, where moonlight casts rectangular patterns onto the tiled floor. A blue glow permeates a dark room, illuminating a window where a white curtain stirs faintly. In the dim light, a small, jagged form subtly peeks over a dark ledge, hinting at unseen movement. A child stands in the dim light, head bowed low, seemingly on the brink of tears. A chibi character sits on the floor, mesmerized by a charging device, while a creature sleeps soundly nearby. Both rest peacefully in the bed. The larger figure sleeps deeply in the blue blanketed bed, unaware of the smaller character peeking from its side. Amidst a burst of dynamic energy, the red character delivers a forceful punch, striking the blue-clothed figure with visible impact. The boy sits up in bed, looking down at the red-skinned character who sleeps restlessly, covered in sweat. A character cautiously peeks from behind a partially open door, their form silhouetted in the dim blue light. Skipped. The child stands at a dark doorframe, gazing down a long corridor illuminated by a single, dusty beam of blue light. A large grandfather clock stands sentinel in a dim room, illuminated by a pale blue light from a tall window. On a tiled floor, a small character crawls low, head raised, intently sniffing the air. A small figure crawls away down a long, dim hallway, while a shadowy hand observes from the side. From above, a dimly lit kitchen reveals a small figure walking across the tiled floor, past bowls of fruit. In a dim, bare room, the character crawls on all fours, head lowered, intently sniffing the dark floor. The child looks up with wide, curious eyes, a hint of surprise in their gaze. The small character jolts, eyes wide with surprise, as they stare down into a basket of light green fruits. The red-skinned character gleefully offers a sparkling fruit, prompting a surprised reaction from an unseen viewer. A glowing blue hand reaches upwards, straining towards a bowl of green fruits on a dark shelf. The child hangs suspended, trembling with effort, as they strain to pull themselves up onto the gray counter. A foot slips from a dark surface as a hand desperately reaches to grab an edge in the confined space. A hand extends into the dark, tapping one of the large, round green objects resting on a gridded rack, bathed in faint light. The boy's face flushes with intense concentration, his eyes wide, as his arm is raised in a gesture of power. A confused character looks and reaches out, as a spiky blue form subtly moves nearby. A cloaked figure faces an open doorway, where a mysterious feathered entity emerges into the soft blue light. The screen displays the credits for the story, art, and production assistance. In a dimly lit library, a cloaked figure reaches for a book, their hand pressing against its spine on the shelf. The character is seen in profile, head bowed in somber reflection, their gaze fixed downwards. A multi-eyed appendage senses the air, followed by the figure's surprised, questioning gaze. A small figure crawls fearfully on the dark corridor floor, as a shadowy hand reaches out nearby. From above, a cloaked figure stands near a dark edge, while the small figure remains on the floor, some distance away. A winged figure peeks cautiously into a rustic room, where a child rests peacefully on a wooden table. A child stares curiously at a green object on a surface, reaching out with a questioning thought bubble above. A red-cloaked figure looks into a doorway, where a winged creature with glowing eyes peeks from the shadows. The child stands, reaching a small hand upwards towards a bowl of green fruits on a shelf. The character's face blurs with an overwhelming scream of shock, surrounded by a violent burst of yellow energy. Red energy streaks violently through the room, flinging two small figures amidst flying objects and chaos. A powerful burst of yellow energy engulfs the character, leaving them in a state of intense shock and rapid motion. The cloaked figure turns in alarm, startled by a large red X, now starkly marked over an archway. A pale green, spherical object rolls gently across a dark, dimly lit surface. The small character crawls forward with alert intensity, surrounded by objects on the dim stone floor. The character dashes across the room, then stops, frozen in a moment of startled fear. A figure despairs, clutching their head, while a small figure stands on a table amidst scattered apples and an overturned chair. Distressed, the character hunches over, glowing eyes and hair radiating an intense, emotional energy. The character stares wide-eyed, mouth agape, their glowing gaze fixed in shock or intense focus. A winged figure hovers over 3 green spheres on the wooden floor, the word roll etched nearby. Crouching, the figure examines a large green fruit on the floor, holding a small, light object. A hand gently reaches out, approaching a round, light green fruit in the dimly lit room. A shadowy figure peeks cautiously from behind a dark door, observing the dim blue-tinted room. A small person peeks from behind a shelf, their gaze drawn towards a bright, emanating blue light. The boy sleeps peacefully, head resting on a wooden table in the dimly lit room. Intense, glowing eyes pierce the darkness as the character gazes rightward with keen focus. A blue fog permeates the still, dimly lit room, obscuring details of vertical architectural elements. A hand reaches downward, extending towards a mysterious round green object on the dark floor. A lime rolls on the dark floor beside a bottle, illuminated by a faint, glowing screen. Startled, the character with spiky hair looks intently at a small green sphere, bathed in blue light. The character first stares wide-eyed at a glowing green orb, then looks over its shoulder with surprise. A light-colored sphere rests on the floor, illuminated by a small light source in the blue-sketched room. A hand emerges from the shadows, reaching towards a brightly lit, yellowish-green sphere on the floor. A figure cautiously peeks from behind a dark vertical structure in the blue-hued corridor. A child holds a bitten green fruit, wide-eyed in surprise, an exclamation mark hovering above. The child sits, holding a green fruit to their face, while another rolls nearby on the bright floor. A small figure rapidly moves or reaches towards a glowing green orb on the dark floor. A small character peeks from behind a cabinet, holding 2 green objects, revealing a surprised shadowy figure. Brilliant light radiates from the character's sparkling, intensely glowing eyes in the darkness. Skipped. In a sparkling, cosmic void, 2 hands reach for 3 floating, olive-green objects. The child sits on the floor, cheeks full, eating a green fruit as another rests beside them. Intense focus emanates from the character's bright, glowing eyes, fixed on the right. A spectral figure watches from a doorway as the child sits on the floor, eating a green fruit. Through a window, the vast night sky sparkles with countless small and large stars. Kitchen utensils hang neatly on a wall, pots shine on shelves, and faint sparkles hover. Sunlight illuminates a whole apple, an eaten core, and pieces of fruit on wooden floorboards. The child lies alertly on a dark surface, surrounded by several pale green fruits. A startled expression crosses the character's face, an exclamation mark indicating sudden emotion. A small child runs across the sunlit kitchen floor, surprised by the scene around them. A child walks, then stumbles, clinging to an adult's leg with a surprised exclamation. The small character looks forward, dazed and surprised, crumbs scattered near its mouth. The red-skinned character grins widely as a small robot floats nearby, delivering dialogue. The child clings tightly to the adult's leg, eyes closed, face buried in their clothes. The large character holds the small one affectionately, expressing surprise as a robot speaks to rider. An adult holds the child, both looking towards a small, floating robot that is speaking. Dark liquid gracefully pours from a teapot into a decorative white teacup on a saucer. 2 figures sit in elegant armchairs, conversing over a tea set in a lavish parlor. The red-skinned character sits on a sofa as a large hand reaches for a plain black box on the table. The horned character speaks while a gloved hand carefully opens a mysterious dark box. The red-skinned character looks surprised, energy radiating from their chest, as the robot floats calmly. The red-skinned character looks surprised as bright, sparkling light emanates from below them. A large, intricate crystal star glows brilliantly, emanating colorful light streaks in a cosmic void. The character reacts with wide-eyed disbelief and extreme surprise to an unseen event. Distressed and sweating, the character's face reveals deep thought about a large monetary sum. Teardrops fall from a large eye, reflecting a celebratory figure amidst sparkles in its pupil. The character laughs heartily, their head tilted slightly downward in amusement. By a warm campfire at night, the child sits, intently drawing in a white sketchbook. The character bows their head, appearing tense and distressed, a sweat drop on their brow. The demon-like man protects the child in glowing water, glaring intensely at approaching creatures. The horned character stirs a pot over a fire, while the child watches eagerly and a creature observes. The small child holds out a green gem towards the larger, horned figure. A close-up reveals an intense, frustrated eye, expressing annoyance with an exclamation. The child sleeps soundly, partly covered by a red blanket in a warm, softly lit room. A small robot floats, lines above its head indicating surprise as it gazes toward a character's visible horn. In a warm room, a character mumbles about not being ready, then looks forward, asking for clarification. The red-skinned character speaks animatedly, gesturing with both hands toward another, a glowing device floating nearby. With beads of sweat on his face, the character speaks directly forward, emphasizing his words with both hands. The small robot hangs suspended in mid-air, its various appendages floating detached around its core. Against an earthy-toned wall, the character speaks, their right hand open and slightly raised in a gesture. With a serious or questioning expression, the character speaks, looking directly out from the panel. In an elegant room, one character speaks emphatically, gesturing to another who listens intently from a sofa. The character gazes wide-eyed at the robot, appearing confused or surprised, as the robot faces them. The red-skinned character recoils, screaming in extreme fear as a menacing shadowy figure looms behind them. In an opulent room, a character introduces Jair to Ryder, who relaxes on a sofa, casually holding an object. Seated on an ornate sofa, the red-faced character speaks to a nervous cloaked figure, both bearing sweat drops. The robot remains stationary, a speech bubble indicating it is speaking. The red-skinned character squats, covering a small child's ears with gloved hands, a question mark floating nearby. The white-haired character speaks, gesturing, as a smaller character on the floor looks up with surprise. The chibi boy looks up and right, observing the small robot floating near him in the warm-toned room. The smaller figure faces the taller one in an opulent room, calling out to them amidst a wash of light. A door in a paneled room stands slightly ajar, allowing a bright stream of sunlight to fall upon the floor. In a grand, high-ceilinged room, a cloaked figure stands, formally addressing and welcoming a group of seated figures. One character instructs others to take a seat, while another confirms everyone is present, preparing to begin. Against a plain background, the character speaks softly, their hand gently raised near their chest. Standing against a tan wall, characters converse or react to something unseen, speech bubbles above them. The red-skinned character yells aggressively, mouth wide open, startling two hooded figures, one holding a hand to its face. A brilliant, powerful light shines intensely, radiating its rays outwards into the dark cosmic void. The entity remains stationary in the dark, starry void, its tendril-like legs extending downwards into space. Against a cosmic backdrop, a central figure makes a powerful declaration about its identity and vast abilities. In dark cosmic space, the dark-skinned figure speaks, looking right, while a glowing white figure stands facing them. Seated in an elegant room with large windows, characters appear engaged in conversation or observing a speaker. A central figure stands within a glowing projected map on the floor, leading a discussion for seated observers. A hand points directly at a cluster of tree icons on the glowing, stylized map projection. A static digital map displays forest and building icons within glowing, irregular borders, highlighting an area. One figure stands centrally in a room with a sparkling floor, while multiple others are seated around them. Two characters are seated on a light couch, engaged in conversation, with the smaller character appearing to speak. The character speaks with resolve, their hands clasped together, bathed in natural light from nearby windows. The character first listens and responds, then is shown seated, looking sideways with one foot casually raised. In a dimly lit room, the bird-like creature gestures with a clawed hand while speaking, addressing another. The character looks forward with a distressed or surprised expression, beads of sweat visible on their face. A green cloth drapes over something, displaying a wooden bowl, a wooden mug, and two wooden utensils. The character looks down, surprised, at a tiny cup. A close-up shows a minuscule, bitten spoon in a gloved hand. The horned character questions, gesturing, while the bird-like character looks back with a surprised expression, responding. The red-skinned character angrily holds up a minuscule spoon. The flustered bird-like character explains Mr. Mori's tiny size with a chibi projection. A tall bird-like figure gestures enthusiastically. The red-skinned character looks concerned as a small bird cries nearby. A robed creature excitedly presents a large, sparkling bed, surrounded by other robed figures in the bedroom. Against an abstract background, two hooded figures interact, one gestures an invitation, the other appears to present something. The character looks forward with a wary, neutral expression, reacting to unseen laughter and observing others. A hand firmly holds a smooth, dark rectangular device, resembling a remote, with small specks floating around it. A small, dark rectangular object flies through an open window as a character's head observes from below. In a grand, sunlit room, the small character stands on the polished floor near a large window, holding up a device. Sunlight streams into a bright interior, illuminating ornate gold frames and a polished wooden staircase railing. Sunlight streams through a large window, casting distinct patterns of light onto the floor, revealing sparkling dust motes. Sunlight fills a grand staircase as a child kneels, creating vibrant chalk drawings across the wooden floor and banister. A chibi character stands in an open doorway, gazing into a room, as their small robot companion floats patiently behind them. In a rustic kitchen, a small, hooded figure moves towards the right, their robot companion drifting close by among the copper pots. The chibi character marvels at a grand chandelier, while a disembodied hand points out a potted plant, both uttering exclamations. A small character stands, gesturing with a stick and speaking intently, as a mysterious floating black object hovers near their hand. Against a blurred green background, the floating robot appears to be contemplating a question or expressing confusion. An ornate room with carved wooden panels and an arched window hosts a robot, floating silently in midair. In an elegant study filled with books and blueprints, a small person fidgets on an antique chair while a robot rests on the floor. A character leans over intricate circular diagrams on a large sheet, while a closer view reveals more detailed plans and a wooden animal figurine. The child looks attentively at the floating robot, which seems to be speaking, prompting a question from the curious youngster. With wide, surprised eyes, the character looks forward, one hand slightly extended as if reacting to an unexpected sight. The child gazes intently towards the right, their expression a mix of curiosity and slight surprise in the warm light. Sunbeams cast shadows across the floor of a child's room, where a wooden rocking horse stands in quiet repose. A miniature castle, crafted from various wooden blocks, stands proudly on a surface, framed by a window revealing green foliage. A hand presses down on a detailed blueprint, revealing a private hangar section within its intricate semicircular design. Seated at a simple wooden desk, the character is surrounded by books, thoughts depicted as squiggly lines above their head. Wide eyes are open in a moment of intense surprise or observation, against a bright, out-of-focus background. In a richly decorated room, an unseen figure speaks, startling the child who is positioned behind a large wooden desk. An adult leans over an antique desk, speaking with clear relief to a quiet child who listens intently amidst books and papers. The child stands quietly, looking down with hands clasped near their chest, an air of fidgeting or contemplation. A bird-like character and a robot are engaged in a quiet conversation at a desk, surrounded by papers and a small figurine. With hands clasped in front, the child looks forward, an expression of surprise or curiosity crossing their face. A chibi character and their floating robot companion cautiously peek out from behind a slightly ajar wooden door. In profile, a person gazes towards the left with a neutral expression, against a dimly lit, indistinct background. The child's wide eyes peek out from behind a striped structure, full of curiosity and observation. A small character and drone peer from behind a door, startled, as a large winged figure is partially seen in the foreground. In a warm room bathed in window light, a surprised young person comes face to face with a mysterious cloaked figure. A large foreground figure weeps, enveloped in an aura of sadness, while a red-skinned character watches with concern. The character looks forward, seemingly lost in thought or keen observation, against a blurry warm-toned background. A grand building with a tall, pointed tower stands proudly beneath a bright blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. Surrounded by a vibrant, energetic aura, the character stands with crossed arms, mouth agape in surprise, revealing sharp teeth. A hooded figure stands with clasped hands, while a robot floats between them and a red-skinned character, who listens intently. A light bulb illuminates the room as the red-skinned character looks up, while a smaller character activates the light switch. A crisp, minimalist panel displays a clear mission statement, framed by a simple black rectangular border. A playful anthropomorphic cookie joyfully declares that everyone loves snacks, presented with a decorative, leafy banner. With a nervous expression, the character extends a small plate of cookies, offering them to an unseen recipient. A kind penguin-like creature offers a cookie to a child, while in the background, another robed figure tragically drops a plate of treats. The red-skinned character holds a half-eaten cookie, mouth open mid-sentence or bite, with the robot floating beside them. 3 crayons, a green apple, and 2 chocolate chip cookies are neatly arranged, forming a colorful title card. Standing with hands on hips, the character looks forward with a surprised, questioning expression, uttering a distinct "huh." A serene figure stands, emanating a sparkling, golden aura of perceived perfection against a backdrop of classical architecture. A cloaked figure instructs a white-haired character, while a thought bubble reveals a child's innocent drawing from memory. The child first sits on the floor with a cookie, then looks up with surprise at the partially visible tall figure. Amidst a swirling vortex, the boy looks shocked, offering a cookie while trying to apologize and move past the moment. The character gestures with a downward thumb, mouth open, looking slightly right with an expressive, impactful demeanor. A futuristic, pixelated motorcycle materializes on the green grass, as the small robot floats nearby, observing. The smaller character leans over a black vehicle, pointing and demonstrating to the larger, seated character who listens intently. A gloved hand grips a black, textured handle, part of a larger mechanical structure, against a blurred outdoor backdrop. A multi-wheeled vehicle speeds across a grassy field, its passage alarming bird-like creatures and surprising a young onlooker. The chibi character looks left, holding a small object, with red anger marks signifying a strong, frustrated emotion. A decorative banner unfurls, as characters below point and make peace signs, reacting to its message. The black-robed figure gestures, explaining a plan to the listening red-skinned character, who then raises a gloved finger to reply. A small child sits on the wooden floor, intently focused on a soft, brown object before them. A small child gazes up at a towering cloaked figure, whose glowing eyes pierce the darkness from beneath their hat. In a close-up, 2 figures shout, one exclaiming a name, the other an urgent command. The robed figure bursts through an open doorway, arms outstretched, their sudden entrance emphasized by speed lines. A large character recoils in shock, while a small chibi boy calmly perches atop a larger, defeated figure on the floor. The tall, slender figure gently holds the child as the angry red-skinned character yells, fists clenched in frustration. Raindrops visibly collect and drip on a dark, reflective surface, catching the light. Heavy rain streaks down a dark blue window pane, its impact visible through the glass. Outside a large, ornate window, heavy rain falls, streaking the diamond-shaped panes in the dim, nighttime interior. In a dark bedroom, an individual rests in bed, a faint sliver of light illuminating the floorboards. A person sleeps soundly in the dim, quiet confines of a dark room. With eyes closed, a person appears to be resting or unconscious, leaning against a reddish-brown mass. Obscured by darkness and blur, two indistinct figures stand, gazing forward. An eye is shown in close-up, distorted by a colorful, intense effect, conveying unease or heightened power. A character reacts with wide, dilated eyes and visible sweat, overcome by shock and terror from an unseen impact. Suddenly, the character jolts upright in bed, eyes wide with surprise and alarm in the dark room. A child sits upright, eyes wide and filled with tears, a distressed expression on their face. The wide-eyed child gazes forward, tear-like droplets on their cheeks, hands resting on a soft surface. A small character peeks out from under a gray blanket, subtly looking around the dimly lit room. The character appears surprised or confused, a subtle blue aura emanating from them. The child, in a crawling position, gazes awestruck at a dramatic lightning storm outside the window. A character expresses intense shock as a blurry figure rapidly falls towards a tiled floor. The character stands frozen in a dimly lit room, an expression of extreme terror on their face. A small character cautiously peeks out from behind a slightly ajar door in a dark room. The character stands in a dark space, looking left with their right arm slightly raised. The character intently focuses on a glowing green device, surrounded by holographic interfaces. A small, chibi-style character sits on a reflective floor, gazing upwards. Heavy rain falls outside a multi-paned window, a small figure is visible through the glass. The child huddles in a blanket, wide-eyed and anxious, cautiously looking around the dark room. A door is cracked open, revealing a lit space beyond, marked by an exclamation of surprise. The character peeks cautiously from behind a partially open wooden door, hand on the frame. A cloaked figure sits in a rocking chair, facing away from the viewer, by a warm fireplace. The character rests serenely with closed eyes, bathed in bright, warm light. A masked figure sits by the fire while a small infant-like figure crawls on the patterned rug. A cozy room features a lit fireplace, a wooden stool with books, and an open book on a rug. The small child crouches, intently looking down at an open book on the floor. A person intently reads an open book on child behavior, a question mark indicating confusion. The small character stands, looking towards the larger, seated figure who appears to be resting. The character's face is contorted in extreme shock or fear, likely screaming intensely. The large figure sits calmly, while the small character on their lap appears startled and wide-eyed. A small child, held by an adult, hides their face with their hands, showing shyness or distress. The tall figure gently cradles the baby, who looks upwards with wide, curious eyes. The character looks upwards with an expression of surprise or awe, mouth slightly agape. A young person peeks out from behind white fabric, their expression suggesting they've noticed something. The character is shown in emotional vulnerability, with closed eyes and a tear, strongly lit. An adult gently holds a baby, who looks up with a surprised or curious expression. A baby is held by an unseen person, looking out with a slightly curious expression. The person looks upwards with a wide-eyed, slightly agape expression, appearing awestruck. A child and fluffy creature float peacefully amidst stars, flowers, and scattered toys in a cosmic void. Various objects, including a pen, star, note, and toy horse, float in a dark, dreamlike space. A fire burns brightly within a grand, ornate fireplace, casting a warm glow. The character looks downwards with glowing eyes, implying a moment of power or intense emotion. The character appears to be waking or disoriented, looking downwards with closed eyes and a raised hand. A monstrous figure screams in terror, eyes wide, while a small boy rests calmly against it. The character appears extremely shocked or panicked, indicated by wide eyes and emphatic speech bubbles. Two ghostly figures flail frantically, a cloaked person clings to one, looking overwhelmed. An individual with dark hands tightly embraces a hunched, dark-haired person. An individual relaxes in an armchair, holding a small creature, beside a roaring fireplace. A baby sleeps peacefully, nestled under a warm, orange garment. The character gazes downwards with an intense, possibly sorrowful expression, glowing tears visible. A dark-skinned arm, showing signs of stress, embraces another figure, liquid drops visible. The larger, dark-skinned figure tenderly cradles the sleeping child, tears in their eyes. The robed figure is seated in a rocking chair, observing the roaring fire. A bright blue sky with large white cumulus clouds frames the upper floors of a classical building. The character is caught mid-yawn, mouth wide open, eyes closed, gloved hand raised. The red-skinned character looks pensive to the left, a small robot floating nearby. A display screen shows a prominent warning message and indicates an overclock status. The armored figure stands static and imposing, its red elements glowing with readiness. Inside a lavish room, the red-skinned character looks right in surprise, a small robot floating nearby. A humanoid figure looks right as smiling, penguin-like creatures cheerfully greet them from the left. The central character appears startled and hesitant, flanked by two figures and a floating cube. Indoors, one character greets another carrying a large sack, who smiles in response. The character brings a hand to their temple, deep in thought or mild distress. A ghost-like figure holds a large barrel, reacting to something as a second character stands near. The red-skinned character extends a hand and speaks to a hooded figure, who listens intently. A character runs swiftly down a grand wooden staircase, captured in mid-motion. A creature crouches before grand double doors, keenly observing something at the base. The red-skinned character holds a glowing yellow tablet, studying it thoughtfully as a drone floats by. A digital display warns of danger, with four figures, as a large red hand reaches into view. A robot floats near a large, spiky purple presence, a mute symbol visible in the corner. One character calls out in surprise as another moves dynamically, possibly in attack. The red-skinned character speaks cheerfully, engaging the dark-skinned character in conversation. Two characters stand in a light-filled room, seemingly engaged in a quiet conversation. The red-skinned character smiles while conversing, their robot companion hovering nearby. The character looks forward with a serene smile, realizing a past event as text indicates. Sweating and flustered, the character speaks hesitantly, visibly overwhelmed. One character speaks to another, who reacts with a flustered expression. The red-skinned character speaks urgently, hand extended, questioning the dark-skinned character. In a grand hall, the character speaks, looking intently forward. The red-skinned character looks surprised and concerned, a clenched hand slightly raised, robot beside them. The character smiles with closed eyes, radiating happiness or agreement. The red-skinned character's hand glows with dripping liquid, smiling with closed eyes, chibi figures float around. Two figures form a heart with their hands, reflections repeating the loving gesture behind them. A small horned character looks at a large central figure, while six stylized figures observe the scene. The red-skinned character holds an infant, looking up at the gently smiling dark-skinned character as a robot floats between them. A humanoid gestures towards a floating mannequin, presenting it to the intent red-skinned character. A large hooded figure speaks, gesturing with a raised finger, sparkles emanating from their hand. The large seated figure holds a small boy, appearing to speak to him. The small character first looks up in surprise, then with determination, at the white-robed figure. A multi-limbed entity is revealed, holding various items, surrounded by a dazzling, sparkling aura. Wide-eyed and blushing, the character looks surprised, awed, or infatuated amidst sparkling light. The chibi boy points excitedly, masked man observes, robed figure looks startled, robot floats. The red-skinned, horned character stands with arms crossed, speaking to the left, robot nearby. A hooded figure gestures to a glowing portal, while another expresses fear, surprise, and relief. The horned character looks over their shoulder, searching, as a drone actively scans. A technological device displays complex patterns, reporting scanning difficulties via text. A character's upper body and a floating drone display descriptive text about locations and personnel. The character stands in a simple interior, contemplating their next move. The character looks down, deep in thought, contemplating the question of leaving. The character presents an overflowing pot of honey, surrounded by buzzing bees and shimmering light. The character stands with intense, glowing green eyes, radiating anger as others question him. The character cries visibly, large tears falling, hands clasped across their chest. A cloaked figure presents a glowing golden object to the young boy, a masked figure observes. The character stands with arms raised and hands open, appearing surprised or startled. The character holds hands to their face, tears flowing, overcome with strong emotion. A demon-like character presses a finger on a glowing device, while an angelic figure watches and a boy floats. Amidst fiery flames, the character rides a toy-like skull vehicle with glowing green eyes. The multi-eyed character clenches fists, preparing for battle in the abstract, energy-lined space. A drone and cloaked figure observe. Bathed in vibrant green and blue light, the character stands, hands held tentatively before their chest. The central character with a cylindrical head speaks and gestures, surrounded by sparkling effects, as two others listen. An ethereal being tenderly cradles a curious baby, surrounded by shimmering pink and purple magical light. The demon-like figure holds the baby close, who contentedly eats a cookie, both looking forward. A bright yellow energy burst erupts as the demon-like man reacts in shock, holding the equally surprised child. The character gazes downward, hand thoughtfully on their chin, lost in deep contemplation. A character urgently addresses Miria, who appears startled, a small green-lit object floating by her head. Against a textured gray backdrop, the character speaks loudly and emphatically, mouth wide open. In the dimly lit shadows, the character looks forward, seemingly addressed by an unseen speaker. A close-up reveals the character's surprised and concerned expression, their mouth slightly agape. A shadowy figure delivers a message, causing the red-skinned man to tense with distress. The white-haired figure confronts a silhouette. The red-skinned man looks down in surprise at a fallen figure. The red-skinned character speaks directly to the black-clad figure amidst abstract gray structures. Two characters stand side by side, their gazes fixed forward or to the right of the panel. A dark hand presents a photograph of a vast landscape to the horned character, who gazes upon it. A gloved hand holds a photograph of a green field, a small, hidden object barely visible in the distance. The dark-skinned character calmly holds a card, a slight smile on their face, as the red-skinned character looks on in surprise. Against a plain gray backdrop, the character speaks, recounting a memory from the past. A glowing card floats before the character, who observes it, then holds it with an expression of dawning realization. A hand reaches for a radiant, fragmenting object, as the text declares, "I'll play it." In an open, light green field dappled with glowing specks, the character stands utterly still. The mysterious figure stands on a grassy hilltop, gazing skyward, deep in thought. A character observes a distant church, then turns their gaze, lost in contemplation. On a vibrant green hill, an object discreetly emerges, peeking from the tall grass. The character looks skyward, their expression a mix of curiosity and surprise, reacting to an unseen event. The character looks left, mouth open in observation. A small, dark object hides behind a grassy hill. The child sits wide-eyed on the grassy slope, gazing intently towards the left. The character looks directly forward, a surprised expression on their face, reacting to an unseen stimulus. Bathed in ethereal light, the character's face shows an intense, possibly awestruck expression. From the foreground, a hooded figure observes the expansive landscape and a small figure on a distant hill. The character holds their hand open, a small, fiery, glowing rectangle hovers above it. Two hands carefully hold a photograph depicting a serene, scenic outdoor view. The character looks slightly downwards, a subtle smirk playing on their lips. Two figures are seated, one looks up, while the cloaked figure looks forward, hands clasped. The character looks slightly to the side, a serious or apprehensive expression on their face. The character stands with their back to the viewer, contemplating, their thoughts articulated in speech. The character is shown from the back, a speech bubble indicating their words. The humanoid figure displays yellow and red fabric to the boy, while a drone and other objects float nearby. The boy looks towards the tall figure holding a glowing object, as another floats above a cracked floor. A drone hovers. In the dark, one figure speaks, apologizing and promising to illuminate their surroundings. The child stands, small hands clenched into fists, a subtle tremble in their posture. A bright light illuminates the character's head as they gaze intently forward, wide-eyed. The character's face is a mask of shock, a wide eye and sweat visible, illuminated from above. In a high-walled cavern, the child gazes intently upwards at a luminous white ring overhead. The character's face contorts in shock and pain, distorted by a glitch effect, liquid streaming down. The young boy runs frantically towards the viewer, arm outstretched, driven by fear and urgency. The small character races with intense speed towards a blindingly bright light at the passage's end. Both characters are wide-eyed and shocked, mouths agape, the red-skinned figure looking right. The small character falls mid-air from the cloaked figure, who extends a hand amidst towering cityscapes. The small character is violently kicked, tumbling rapidly across the light-colored ground. The boy appears startled, eyes wide and mouth agape, his hands slightly raised in fear. From a vast cityscape, a small figure looks up in awe as a massive foot descends from above. Enraged, the character lunges forward with incredible force, surrounded by speed lines and yellow energy. The robot speaks with urgency, its distressed voice emphasized by radiating speed lines behind it. The character moves quickly across a futuristic platform, appearing to kick a small black spherical object. With a focused, downward gaze, the character observes something intently in the dim space. A spherical device, resembling a drone or bomb, hangs suspended in the dim, industrial air. A large, dark mechanical sphere with a glowing orange-red core floats in the undefined space. An extreme close-up reveals a character's mechanical eye, a hand gently resting on their face. Over the sprawling city at dusk, a caped figure falls gracefully, one hand clenched into a fist. The orange-skinned figure looks ahead intently as an obscured hand rests gently on their shoulder. A tall winged figure holds a smaller horned companion, extending a large gloved hand into the cosmic void. Amidst luminous blue flowers in cosmic space, the boy floats, looking up with a mixture of awe and shock. Chibi figures fly on a bright energy path through a void, while two larger figures watch from the desolate ground below. The child reaches out as the masked man observes a distressed, cloaked figure, their hand clenched. The child stands, arms bent and hands open, a look of surprise and distress on their face. The horned figure grimaces in pain, pulse elevated, as a concerned companion questions their condition. The character cries intensely, large tears streaming down their face, mouth open in distress. In the vast expanse of deep space, a large figure cradles a smaller one, watched by a tiny drone. A hand rests near a stack of papers, featuring a white envelope sealed with dark red wax. A small figure lies on a dark blue surface, holding a paper with a clock design, surrounded by two others. The cloaked figure speaks, deep in thought, as bright light streams from a large window behind them. In a dimly lit bedroom, one character stands, feet glowing blue, looking down at another lying on the bed. The red-skinned character clears their throat, flustered, while a thought bubble recalls a fiery past event. In a dimly lit room, the horned person speaks intently to the cloaked figure, a candle burning nearby. Two silhouetted figures stand behind a glowing screen, illuminated in the dimly lit room. The humanoid character reflects on past light sensitivity, facing a glowing green digital interface. In a dimly lit interior, two characters stand engaged in a conversation, one listening intently. The character observes something to the right, bathed in a soft, warm glow from below. A hand reaches into a dimly lit bookshelf, pulling out a light-colored book from among many. Bathed in sunlight, a bird-like figure sits engrossed in study at a desk cluttered with books. A child raises their hands in distress as a glowing device floats, dropping a small object, while two others observe. Two figures and a floating object gather around an open book, one observing intently, the other touching its head. A character affixes a large sheet to a high wall, while a child in the foreground colors in a book. A penguin-like figure raises its hands as the horned creature holds a child, surrounded by other penguins. A group of penguin-like figures gathers in a dimly lit hall, observing a projected silhouette on a stage. A small chibi character sits on the floor between two larger figures, a question mark hovering nearby. On a stage of paper cutout trees, a cube-shaped character reads from an open red book. A robot opens a brown book, ready to narrate, as pig silhouettes appear below in the forest. The boy looks forward with a wide-eyed, startled expression, an exclamation mark indicating his surprise. A hand expertly forms a detailed wolf's head shadow puppet on a light-colored wall. A small child stands centrally, observed intently by several towering, shadowy figures. A pig shadow puppet wields a hammer near a house, while a wolf shadow puppet watches from the side. Peeking from behind large green leaves, the character looks forward with a subtle smirk. Holding an open red book, the character looks forward with a surprised, questioning expression. The robed character gestures, explaining, while the masked character listens intently, holding a book. The cloaked figure stands, interacting with a glowing holographic interface in the dim interior. The small child looks forward with a neutral expression, positioned between two larger, indistinct figures. Two characters create shadow puppets on a wall, followed by a glowing light and reflections on memory. The child gazes forward with wide, reflective eyes and a mouth slightly agape, bathed in a soft, warm glow. A small robot hovers over an open book, resting amidst large, yellowish-green leaves with dark brown veins. An electronic device glows green over a sketchbook displaying stylized characters, indicating a sudden realization. A chibi character intently highlights an open book with two markers, while a metallic object observes from nearby. Pig and wolf shadow puppets are staged, as a confused audience member watches. A robot with a book joins the performance. The character holds a house-shaped cutout and a rectangular card, deep in thought. The character stands with open hands, a look of surprise and confusion on their face. Backstory text describes a fight. A robed figure extends an arm, while a red-skinned character watches, a small object floating near. With mouth agape, the person looks upwards or to their left, an expression of awe or surprise on their face. A cheerful child moves happily between two enigmatic cloaked figures, one gesturing over its mouth. The character's mouth is agape in surprise, their right hand slightly raised. A look of profound surprise or shock crosses the character's face. The left character offers a black house cutout to the smirking character on the right, both locked in an intense gaze. Mama Pig and Mama Wolf appear by ornate windows, issuing a command to cease the fighting. Laughter echoes across the starry night sky, floating above a grand, warmly lit mansion. A booted foot is captured mid-stride, lifted off the ground, suggesting movement on a muted, concrete-like surface. A small figure walks away along an elevated pathway, heading into the enveloping darkness of a grand, ornate hall. Two figures stand facing each other, still, in a grand dark interior adorned with glowing golden geometric patterns. The figures stand as a dark tendril descends into a void. Kalmiria glows within a shadowy mass below. Sunlight streams brightly through a multi-paned window into a bedroom, illuminating a sleeping figure in bed. The child lies on their stomach, head resting, eyes wide and focused forward, left arm extended on the sheet. The child sits up in bed, eyes wide, roused by the bright sunlight filling the sparsely furnished room. The character appears surprised and puzzled, with 3000 symbols indicating a dawning realization. From a low angle, the robot floats gracefully, appearing to speak. The character looks drowsy, barely awake, as the device appears to communicate directly with them. The child lies on their back in bed, arms outstretched, deeply asleep or passed out amidst wavy lines. 3 chibi characters spin dizzily, then one cautiously peeks over a white object, registering surprise. The child looks directly forward, wide-eyed with curiosity and full attention. 3 children crawl towards a large creature, leaning in with playful curiosity. The adult embraces the baby, holding them close. Both appear to be resting peacefully. The adult lies in bed, while the child stands beside it, looking up towards the sleeping figure in the sunlit room. The red-skinned figure roars. The child stands at an open door, gazing into the bright light, a robot floating above. The person is captured mid-stride, walking forward across a sun-dappled wooden floor. The foreground character calls out. A distant figure approaches, holding a bucket and speaking in the grand hall. A masked figure peeks from behind an ornate door, hand raised. Another hand reaches for a doorknob nearby. The central figure gently extends dark hands, smiling, as the viewer's light hands reach out in return. An elegant manor stands under a blue sky. Text recounts the time since a child's arrival. A bare foot rests in a thick layer of white powder, joined by 2 booted feet. The chibi character stands excitedly amid showering white particles and light, while the robot sits calmly. A bird-like creature cries out as a child runs, spilling contents from a bag, then crouches in dismay. The boy stands, attentive, while the robot floats near, appearing to pose a question. The robot is still. In the doorway, a surprised character reaches for a cloaked figure as the chef observes. A blushing chibi character stands with outstretched arms, a robot floating nearby, as a filter is applied. Both characters clutch their heads in distress or surprise, one blushing, mirroring the other's gesture. A person rapidly chops vegetables with a large cleaver on a wooden cutting board, speed lines emphasizing motion. The chef vigorously stirs a wok, flinging a mound of colorful fried rice into the air with fiery energy. Various foods are rapidly scooped and flung towards the surprised boy's open mouth. The person covers their face in distress, as a small creature and a cylindrical object float nearby. The boy looks up at the cloaked figure, who then holds him over a sink as water runs, observed by the boy and a device. Black-gloved hands vigorously scrub a person's head and face, causing distress and gagging amidst splashing water. A chibi character peeks carefully from behind a slightly ajar wooden door, a small floating object hovering above their head. Inside a bright study, a cloaked figure reads a paper at a desk, surrounded by books and glowing golden light. With a paper in hand, the character emanates golden, sparkling energy and star-like lights, hinting at a mystical event. The character looks right with wide-eyed awe, their flushed cheeks and large eyes conveying extreme cuteness. The character, shown chest up, speaks forward, expressing surprise and an observation. In a cozy library, a tall figure smiles gently at a child drawing intently at a small table, a robot nearby. A standing character observes a child on the floor, surrounded by scribbled papers, open books, and an inkwell. A small character gazes intently at an open green book, while a flustered demon-like character holds a scribbled paper. Smiling widely, the character holds up a paper with purple and green squiggles, pointing at their creation. One small character reaches for a bookshelf, while another holds a large red book next to a black device with a green light. The child looks down, engrossed in reading an open, dark red book, with a small robot floating beside them. A child reads an open book on the floor, as a horned figure reclines beside them, observing. A group, a boy, a winged figure, a red-skinned character, and a robot, gather as the winged figure presents a capsule. Blue arrows show a robot dividing on a cluttered table. Shadowy hands reach for crayons as the cloaked figure speaks. The white-haired character speaks. The red-skinned character reclines on the floor, next to scattered papers and a cup, observed by a translucent figure. Against a dynamic, intense background, a masked figure exclaims in surprise or distress, looking right. A child stands, wide-eyed, actively scribbling purple lines and shapes onto the light-colored wall with a crayon. A large hooded figure holds the startled boy, making him clean with cloths, as a winged character watches from the door. The chibi character stands alone, crying and visibly distressed in the indoor setting. The cloaked figure scolds the small boy while the horned figure stands silently beside them, observing. The red-faced male character screams loudly in distress, while the dark-skinned female character stands calmly beside him. A small character runs rapidly to the left, a blur of motion, while a larger figure watches their departure. The character stands or sits, facing forward in a room with dark wooden paneling and a view of green foliage outside. The character holds up a large, blank rectangular golden object, presenting it to an unseen recipient. A tall robed figure speaks to a white-furred humanoid. A child sits on the floor, observing their conversation. The masked man stands with his staff, a dark-skinned person observing. He thinks in relief, followed by an exclamation. The character looks forward with a surprised, open-mouthed expression, reacting to being called rider. In a grand, sunlit hallway, a figure addresses someone off-panel, asking to speak. Against a dark, out-of-focus background, the character looks forward with an expression of surprise or confusion. A person stands in a sunlit room, bright rays streaming through a window, casting distinct shadows on the floor. The character looks forward in shock, wide green eyes, blush, and sweat drops indicating a profound surprise. Partially obscured by a banister, the character observes from a doorway, an internal thought about being noticed crossing their mind. The red-skinned character stands, looking right, appearing anxious and hesitant, contemplating whether to speak. The red-skinned character reacts with surprise, exclaiming as an unseen hand presents something. A gloved hand holds two dark, faceted, dice-like objects, their golden symbols visible. The character stands and speaks, shown in both a mid-shot and a close-up of their expressive face. The red-skinned character looks surprised or confused, reacting to an unseen presence or event. In an elegant room, two characters stand facing each other, one of them engaged in conversation. Against a dim, rain-streaked background, the character looks right with a pensive, observant gaze. The character looks upwards with a wide-eyed, distressed expression, speaking in response to an unseen stimulus. Visibly distraught, the character shows a pained expression, their internal monologue revealing fear and suspicion. A character experiences intense distress. Below, a cloaked figure gestures and speaks to the listening red-skinned character. The character stands still, looking forward with an expression of surprise or confusion. Against a cosmic backdrop, the red-skinned character is surprised and confused, while the chibi character floats serenely. One character speaks distressfully, tearful. The other reacts with visible sweat, showing discomfort or embarrassment. In a brightly lit, spacious room, two figures stand side by side, facing away from the viewer, the taller one speaking. The character looks contemplatively to their right, deep in thought, indicated by dialogue bubbles. The red-skinned character reacts with shocked protest, while the dark-skinned character calmly makes a statement or proposition. The red-skinned character looks up in surprise at the cloaked figure, asking a question, who then responds. The red-skinned character appears surprised and questions, while the black-skinned character speaks shyly, observed by floating figures. In an elegant room, two figures converse, one contemplating with a hand to their chin. Two character portraits emerge, the red-skinned figure speaks, gesturing, while the dark-skinned figure listens intently. Amidst shadows, a figure stands, thoughts and words forming in the dimly lit space. Dark gray hands cradle a multifaceted black object, an orange-red hand reaching towards it. The red-skinned character speaks, their hand gently held by another gloved hand. A tall hooded figure speaks to a smaller figure, who looks up attentively. The character is seen from the chest up, looking forward, deep in conversation. Indoors, the character speaks, their head tilted upwards as if addressing someone unseen. A figure in black stands over a small figure on the floor, speaking downwards. The red-skinned figure cradles a sleeping baby, a question mark hovering in confusion. In an opulent hall, a person stands with two floating robots, engaged in dialogue. A brightly lit room, dialogue bubbles show a question met with a strong, negative retort. A close-up shows black-gloved hands firmly holding the collar of a hooded garment. A chibi character stands neatly, holding a bag, presenting themselves. An overhead view reveals a gathering of characters in an elegant room, conversing and preparing. A small child looks down, while a horned figure sits beside them, gazing forward. Against a plain background, the character looks slightly downwards with a neutral expression. In a sunlit room, a small character stands holding a stick, appearing surprised. The red-skinned man bends towards a child, reaching for a bag, a small robot nearby. Gloved hands hold glowing, golden, faceted objects connected by a thin string. A gloved hand places a necklace around a small boy's neck, who looks forward stoically. The character speaks, presenting a lumpy, golden-yellow object in their gloved hand. The child stands, looking upwards with clasped hands, holding their necklace pendant. A hooded figure speaks to the red-skinned male, who looks at the child, who looks up. Two figures face each other, interacting, while one gazes forward with a neutral expression. A small, dark, faceted object hovers above an open hand, a glowing streak descending. A group of 6 characters stands observing a mysterious black monolith in a spacious room. A tall robed figure gives instructions to 2 smaller figures near a dark rectangular object. A dark figure enters a doorway as a chibi boy angrily clutches a golden pendant. A boot is poised in mid-air, about to touch the ground. A person lies motionless on a dark surface, seemingly asleep or unconscious. The character looks intently downwards, arm extended, peering into a dark abyss. Smaller figures stand in formation, attending to 2 imposing figures in a grand hall. The central character examines a glowing hexagonal screen with faint silhouettes, others gathered around. Characters stand still in a vast, dark chamber, observing, with a robed figure as the focal point. A small figure stands alone on the central symbol of an elevated octagonal platform. The character sits on the ground, still and contemplative, upon an intricate pattern. A static image captures a rocky surface, littered with scattered stones. A small figure observes immense, golden-lit structures and a swirling cosmic nebula above. The red-skinned character intently views a glowing screen, surrounded by concerned masked figures. 2 robed figures and a tiny figure stand on a platform, gazing up at a colossal cosmic entity. The character's face contorts in a shocked and fearful expression, sweat dripping down. The young boy slides forward in distress, arms outstretched. Figures stand observing in the dim, enclosed space as speed lines emphasize his fall. The central red-skinned character looks down with distress, surrounded by others. A glowing bar appears at the bottom of the light brown wall. The character yells aloud from the chest up, an expression of surprise or alarm on their face against a cosmic, ethereal background. The character stands, facing forward, observing a source of white light cutting diagonally through a dark, narrow corridor. The young person looks up intently at 2 imposing cloaked figures in a dark, ornate space, illuminated by a golden light. A hand grasps the shoulder of a kneeling, wide-eyed child, who looks up in surprise amidst white lines suggesting motion. The character is shown in intense shock or fear, with wide eyes and an open mouth, conveying a sudden, strong emotional reaction. The helmeted figure looks forward in a close-up. A distant figure stands alone in a vast room with a cosmic screen. The scene is blurry and in motion, from inside a vehicle following 2 faint red taillights against a dark night. The character stands in surprise or shock, mouth agape, hands near her head, speaking in a dimly lit indoor setting. A hand reaches out towards the figure with the void face in a dark, indistinct indoor setting. A character gives a verbal warning as their eye displays an unusual, possibly supernatural, visual phenomenon within its iris. The character fiercely bites down on a dark object or garment, an expression of great effort or aggression on their face. A small character desperately reaches out to a large figure. Cloaked figures move as cries of alarm and protest are made. A person screams in pain as a large, dark entity attacks, causing them to expel green liquid from their mouth. The figure extends one arm forward with an open hand, making a gesture. A subtle white line suggests motion or energy around it. A hand is extended horizontally across the panel, seemingly reaching towards a large, dark circular object in cosmic space. The dark-skinned character on the left is visibly shocked. Dialogue indicates something is not permitted in this location. A large robed figure observes smaller figures walking away in a vast, ancient hall with a swirling blue energy field. A winged creature flies. A white, spectral figure manifests with intense energy, causing distortion, while a black silhouetted figure reacts. Both characters are depicted with expressions of intense shock or distress, characterized by wide, glowing eyes and open mouths. The boy looks upwards with a surprised or curious expression, appearing suspended or floating amidst swirling mystical energy. The character is shown falling or floating headfirst within a swirling, dark blue and purple cosmic vortex or portal. The character stands looking up at a swirling cosmic phenomenon above them, in a vast, dark, cavernous space. The character is shown from the chest up, looking distressed as hands or wing-like appendages clasp her head. Two mushroom-headed figures and a tiny cloaked figure stand, looking up at a large cosmic entity in an ethereal space. The character shouts aggressively, mouth wide open, revealing fangs, and raises a hand in anger or disbelief. The character looks slightly downwards and to the right, reacting with disbelief or strong emotion as indicated by the dialogue. One character speaks, gesturing with widespread arms, while another is seated nearby in an elegant room, engaged in conversation. The red-skinned man speaks with open, slightly spread hands, looking agitated. Another character tells him to calm down. The character is shown in profile, facing left with its head slightly bowed, appearing contemplative or at rest in an interior room. Skipped. The figure stands still, slightly turned to the left, in a dimly lit interior with soft, golden light streaks. The character is shown speaking or thinking, looking towards the left in an interior setting with an ornate wall. Three figures stand in a ritualistic pose, one gestures with raised hands, another covers its face, and one is speaking. Three robed figures observe and discuss a small figure on a central hexagonal platform in a dark, cavernous space. The red-skinned character holds a glowing screen displaying 3 legs, looking concerned. Surrounding figures observe and ask questions. The character is depicted from the chest up, seemingly reacting or speaking with a surprised expression in an indistinct setting. The character's hands are pulled up to their head, pressing into the sides of a triangular object, suggesting distress or tension. The character reacts with strong emotional intensity, speaking in surprise and denial, lines emphasizing their agitated state. A cloaked figure with wings stands facing and seemingly addressing 3 robed figures on a platform in a grand chamber. The child is standing, centered within a white, rectangular frame, facing away from the viewer against a plain black background. A character emphatically answers a question near a hexagonal altar, with other figures present in the distant background. The character is speaking, their expression conveying a defensive or explanatory tone against a stark, dimly lit background. A character is speaking, narrating past events in a dark and featureless setting. The character stands with their hands open and palms up, making a gesture in a dark, ornate indoor setting. An unseen or silhouetted character is speaking, asking a question. 2 visible white figures stand in the foreground of a grand interior. The character stands, looking to the left, shown in a full shot and a close-up profile within a grand, dimly lit interior. The character is looking directly forward, appearing focused or observant against a simple, light brown background. The main cloaked figure stands on a decorative circular floor pattern, addressing or observing 3 figures in the background of a dimly lit room. In a dark, cavernous chamber, two ornate hexagonal platforms glow faintly, a small white orb at their center. Clinging hands entangle a central figure, its form complex amidst metallic gold architecture. A child stands by a tall figure in a dim urban setting, a glowing-eyed observer watches as past dangers are recounted. Cosmic energy swirls intensely, a powerful force exerting its might across the dark expanse. Against a dark void, a character weeps, their face contorted in profound sadness and fear. A robed figure stands in a desolate space, bowing slightly in an act of deep regret and apology. Within a vast, dark room, humanoid figures with covered faces gather by golden pillars, engaged in solemn discussion. A close-up reveals a character's wide eyes and open mouth, expressing urgent concern in the gloom. Amidst shadows, a character speaks, their expression etched with distress and deep concern. In a cosmic void, swirling with ethereal elements, a character voices their thoughts. Within an ancient, dark chamber, a character speaks of intelligence, then addresses Miria by name. In profile, a character speaks passionately, one hand clenched, emphasizing their plea in a dark, ornate space. Tall, glowing golden columns illuminate a vast, dark hall as one character delivers a speech. Two figures stand formally in a minimalist, futuristic setting as a dismissal is delivered. A character stands still in a dim interior, looking into the distance, lost in contemplation. A small figure walks a long, dark stone bridge, leading to an intricate octagonal platform over a chasm. Against a dark wood backdrop, a character gazes left, the name Miria echoing in their thoughts. Amidst a cosmic, starry sky, a winged character descends, surrounded by glittering celestial dust. A lone figure stands perfectly still in the absolute blackness of an empty void, gazing forward. A solemn ethereal figure observes a child floating alone, then embraces them with a gentle smile and glowing eyes. A child's hand gently touches the adult figure's face in a tender, close-up moment. A character, hand to face, looks melancholic as narrative dialogue fills a cloudy thought bubble. An arm amidst streaks of light, glowing text speaks of impending silence, an abstract figure at the bottom. In a dark void, a large winged entity holds a human-like figure in a close, glowing embrace. Masked figures and a suited man gather in a grand hall, surrounded by barrels, as a direct question is posed. Gathered indoors, characters express concern for Miria, who is depressed and refusing to eat. A character looks forward with a surprised expression and a sweat drop, engaged in conversation. The red-skinned character addresses the cloaked figure, their back partially to the viewer, in an indoor setting. A colossal monster roars, its maw wide, startling two human figures in the desert. On the ground, one character faces another standing over them, dialogue cutting with accusation. Three characters converse in a simple room, two seated on a bench, one standing nearby. The robot stands stationary and vigilant, facing directly forward against a plain background. Against a stormy, rain-streaked night, a character gazes forward with intense seriousness. A character yells, mouth open and fists clenched, their intense anger radiating through the room. Fueled by extreme anger, a character roars possessively, emphatic statements erupting. The red-skinned character stands with a small, dark cube floating near their head, flanked by two others. In a grand wooden hall, a person walks amidst others, startled by a sudden, loud exclamation. A small robot floats calmly in the center of a softly blurred indoor space. Sunlight streams through large windows onto polished wooden floors as a character walks away. A child gazes forward with wide-eyed innocence, their hands clasped gently before them. A character's face twists in intense anger, teeth clenched, looking down and right. A character stands in a sunlit hallway as a message announces the arrival of a package. Running forward, a character hurries towards a closed wooden door in a sunlit hallway. A figure looks down with shock, observing a translucent yellow object with prominent gold buckles. A glowing white orb, like a miniature planet, floats above papers, emanating golden energy lines. Against a warm brown background, a character looks forward with a somber, neutral expression. A character forcefully enters an elegant room, calling out a name, startling the figure seated at a desk. Holding a light yellow envelope, a character speaks animatedly, their face alight with strong emotion. The character reacts with shock and surprise, exclamations filling the air as they gesture. The red-skinned character presents a golden object to the cloaked figure amidst a grand study. A grand, light-colored building with a gray mansard roof stands proudly under a bright blue sky filled with fluffy white clouds. 3 figures stand together, holding various items like a wrapped toy, a block, and a cookie, engaging in conversation. The central figure speaks, positioned between 2 small, penguin-like companions, a large window revealing green foliage behind them. 2 characters stand still, both gazing forward, one is against a plain wall, the other by a window overlooking greenery. A dark, geometric object with golden markings hovers above an open, gloved hand, connected by a wispy stream of white energy. A cloaked figure stands with their back to the viewer, facing a large black void in a grand room with high ceilings, while another observes. A mysterious, shadowy figure stands within a dark doorway, observed intently by 2 other characters positioned on either side. A character stands against a plain background, looking straight ahead with a stern and serious expression. An unseen speaker addresses the central figure, announcing their escort as the figure looks upwards in response. 2 figures stand motionless and symmetrical against a stark black background, both facing directly forward. A figure is shown from various angles, from above to a close-up, with an intense expression and dynamic, wing-like hair. 2 small figures stand on a dark ledge, gazing up at a vast, misty sky filled with immense, angular floating structures. A sleek, black rectangular device, possibly a drone, hovers in the air, adorned with red circular elements and a small blue light. 2 characters stand on either side of a dark doorway, from which a pair of glowing eyes peers out, observing them intently. The character is shown from the chest up, looking directly forward with a serious, almost stern, expression. One of the imposing figures flanking the central character speaks, conveying an offer of escort and guidance. In a dark, minimalist void, 2 figures stand symmetrically, facing forward, with the command, "This way," appearing. The main figure observes 2 smaller, cocoon-like forms from above, then stands still with hands clasped in a frontal view. A character's face is shown in close-up, their gaze directed intently towards the left side of the panel. A vast, imposing cityscape of dark, geometric spires and structures rises into a cloudy, misty sky, rendered in grayscale. A large, dark, rectangular device, adorned with red lights and grills, floats in the air, displaying a glowing, power light. A character sits silently in a futuristic chamber with gray-paneled walls, hands folded, gazing straight ahead. In a dimly lit room, a character holds a small drawing or photograph, observing it with a thoughtful expression. A gloved hand carefully holds up a simplistic child's drawing, depicting a blue sky and green ground, against a dark background. A child draws intently at a desk, a shocked expression on their face, surrounded by crayon marks and an intense thought bubble. In a close-up, the character looks downwards with a serious expression, seemingly lost in deep thought or contemplation. A person in a hazmat suit observes a still, upright cloaked figure within a recessed alcove of a sterile, futuristic room. The character gazes directly forward with a neutral, yet imposing and serene expression against a minimalist dark background. A futuristic, sterile room features a large, dark hexagonal opening with numerous cables descending from the ceiling and pooling below. A person lies face down on the light gray floor, appearing asleep, with multiple tubes and wires attached to their back. The character's face is in close-up against a swirling dark background, their glowing eyes creating an intense, ominous gaze. The robed character questions the hazmat-suited individual, who explains a procedure for Subject 1125, involving forced nutrients. 2 characters stand facing each other in a sleek, high-tech room. The hazmat-suited figure holds a tablet, both engaged in conversation. The character stands alone against a blurry, monochromatic background, looking directly forward. A technological interface displays a yellow, dotted outline of a folded cloak, surrounded by arcs and lines, suggesting analysis. A person lies motionless on a metallic surface, tubes connected to their back, implying a medical or experimental procedure. A hazmat-suited person holds a glowing yellow object, pointing at it while explaining rules and instructions. A character with glowing eyes looks intently downwards, as a voice from an obscured background asks, "Miss Miria?" Two figures stand in a sterile, futuristic room, one holds a glowing object, and dialogue indicates a reaction or clarification. The dark-skinned character holds out a brown, rectangular food item, presenting it to a partially visible character while speaking. The character speaks, shown from the chest up, displaying a stressed or concerned expression with a visible sweat drop symbol. A glowing figure sits motionlessly, their back to the viewer, within a dark void framed by a subtle blue glow. The character gazes intensely forward, their glowing eyes emphasizing a powerful and commanding presence. A hand rests, possibly on a dark surface, surrounded by subtle, ethereal blue light effects. A figure stands against a plain white background, holding a dark, indistinct object while facing away from the viewer. The robed figure appears to levitate above the ground, while the hazmat-suited figure looks up in surprise or questioning. A futuristic room features a central octagonal void with tangled wires descending into it, alongside cushions and a sleeping bag. A child lies prone on the floor next to a pillow, tubes from their back connecting to background machinery. A person is slumped forward, appearing to rest, with their head slightly turned away from the viewer. A child is on all fours, in a crawling stance, looking forward with a somewhat distressed or pained expression. The young subject stands connected to overhead tubes in a sterile, futuristic lab, gazing intently at a complex apparatus and a reflective display. Wires splayed from their back, the person lies on the sterile floor, appearing to crawl or be pulled by unseen forces. Barefoot, the child reaches out one hand towards a reflective surface in a sterile room, their small face etched with distress. Within an open, mechanical container, the character looks upward with wide, fearful eyes, arms raised as if in supplication. Tears stream down their face as the character cries out in anguish, a hand slightly raised in a plea against a gray backdrop. In the stark, institutional room, the child cries intensely, arms reaching desperately upwards towards the ceiling. Amidst glowing yellow holographic data, a hazmat-clad figure looks up, gloved hands interacting with displays, a look of surprise on their face. A sedative is administered, complex machinery with numerous wires and tubes implies a process underway in the blurred background. Against a swirling, disorienting backdrop, the boy cries intensely, both hands raised and palms open in a desperate plea. In a stark, futuristic chamber, a small dark object lies on the floor near a glowing void, surrounded by loosely hanging cables. A large, gabled house stands silhouetted against the dark blue night sky, surrounded by trees and tall grass. Two figures stand in a dimly lit room, backs to the viewer, conversing about Miria as blue light streams from a grand window. A person stands silently in a dark room, near the sliver of light cast by a partially open door. With a stern gaze fixed forward, the character delivers a solemn warning, their face serious in the low light. Bathed in an ethereal blue light, a solitary figure stands, a small, bird-like creature perched quietly by their side. Rider calls a character in a dimly lit space, as one figure runs forward and another walks away in the distance. In a cluttered study, the red-skinned character stands with clenched fists, uttering Miria with intense emotion. By the warmth of a fireplace, one character sits in a rocking chair while another stands, engaged in a serious address. From behind, the character turns their head slightly, a somber and reflective mood clinging to them in the dim room. The character stands gazing forward, a small, dark object with an eerie green glow floating mystically to their left. The character gazes down at a desk where a glowing, ethereal image of a ringed planet hovers, emitting soft light. In the dimly lit room with dark paneling, the character stands still, their gaze fixed intently forward. A tight close-up reveals the character's face, an intense, unwavering gaze fixed directly ahead in the dimness. A miniature, glowing planet-like object, encircled by golden energy, hovers magically above scattered documents on a cluttered desk. The red-skinned character stands, looking towards a partially visible figure, their tense dialogue filling the dimly lit, book-filled room. The standing character confronts the seated figure by the fireplace, speaking animatedly, while books are scattered around them. The red-skinned character yells angrily, their fury directed at the white-haired character, whose back is defiantly turned. A massive, amorphous black substance erupts violently from the floor, pulling one character into its depths as another watches in horror. Eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, the character looks utterly shocked, a bead of sweat glistening on their temple. Dark tendrils envelop the central figure, causing pain, as the other characters observe the chaotic scene in the grand library. The winged being stands imposingly, wings spread against a cosmic backdrop, delivering a stern, powerful warning. In a dark, undefined void, a character with glowing eyes appears to speak, their intense thoughts filling the space. The red-skinned man looks stressed and worried, his brow furrowed, as a small, silent robot floats by his side. The red-skinned character appears anxious, his gaze fixed forward, while the small robot hovers close beside him in the dim room. The red-skinned character yells with an aggressive, open-mouthed expression, his agitation palpable as the drone floats near. The white-haired character stands on debris, gazing up as the second figure, engulfed in swirling black energy, ascends and distorts the room. The horned character looks surprised and alarmed, mouth agape, reacting to the declaration that Mori is refusing to eat. A mysterious figure with glowing eyes and a shadowy aura reacts intensely, while urgent dialogue mentions Mori. The young person lies face down, head resting on their arms next to a pillow, surrounded by complex lab machinery. The character speaks, their words conveying a continuous sense of surprise and deep concern in the dark room. Amidst streaks of glowing purple and blue, the character cries out in anguish, tears streaming down their distressed face. The robot hangs suspended in a chaotic storm of glowing purple and blue energy, observed by a partially visible figure. Two figures float weightlessly in the starry expanse, while a blue cylinder, white sheets, and a golden block drift below. With their back mostly to the viewer, the character stands, gazing upwards into the dark night sky, deep in contemplation. Against a dark, starry backdrop, the character is shown in profile, speaking or thinking reflectively into the void. A child's drawing drifts through the starry expanse, accompanied by an unseen character's internal monologue of hope and apprehension. A colorful child's drawing is displayed against a starry background, prompting a reflective thought or question. In a vast, dark space, the character speaks strategically about a prolonged fight and its taxing effect on Mori. A character's arm and hand are visible, seemingly extended, as they voice a thought filled with deep concern. The solitary figure stands on a dark landscape, gazing out towards the horizon, lost in quiet thought and contemplation. In a somber darkness, a character weeps, tears streaming down their face, consumed by deep distress. Under a dark sky, the character stands alone, back to the viewer, lost in silent, contemplating thoughts. A black-gloved hand, tipped with red, forcefully grips dark fabric and white hair, emphasizing a sudden, powerful movement. The red-skinned character shouts in a dynamic void, gripping the white-haired individual's arm with an intense, angry expression. Amidst dim light, a character openly weeps, their face etched with profound distress. Against a starry backdrop, a character gasps in shock, mouth wide open, hands raised in an exclamation of surprise. A female figure looks down with a surprised, questioning gaze, a mysterious cylindrical object floating in the starry expanse. In the cosmic void, a winged figure gently embraces a smaller, horned creature, floating together amidst the stars. The red-skinned figure, agitated, speaks passionately to a cloaked listener, running a hand through their hair in frustration. A small robot floats in space, a white wing dominates the foreground, as a voice expresses confusion and questions aloud. With luminous streaks as a backdrop, the character yells fiercely, face contorted in an intense, angry expression. Against a cosmic canvas, one character holds another in a comforting embrace, as tears stream down the embraced one's face. Enraged, the character roars with fury, a luminous ring glowing faintly behind their head. In an outdoor setting, a child studies a paper, while a demonic figure subtly observes from behind. A lone tear falls as a character expresses a fervent wish to reunite, their longing filling the panel's focus. Resting on a pillow in an ethereal setting, the child gazes intently to their left. Under a starry expanse, the character weeps profusely, tears cascading from their eyes in profound distress. Two small figures embrace on a swirling surface, while vibrant geometric shapes drift in the dark cosmic space above. A character speaks, illuminated by a bright, curved streak of light in an abstract setting. In a starry void, a clenched hand signals resolve as thoughts turn to family and raising a child. The character cries, looking down in distress, their internal thoughts swirling in the dark background. In the dark, a character screams, their voice a furious roar, echoing with raw intensity. Kneeling on pale ground, the demon-like character speaks intensely, gripping the cloaked figure's arm. In the vast, starry expanse, two figures stand face to face, locked in close proximity. Against a cosmic backdrop, the character stares forward in shock, a single tear falling from their distressed eye. In a simple room, the robot speaks, its hexagonal speech bubble conveying its message. The humanoid gestures and speaks to the small, floating robot, explaining something in a plain setting. In a book-filled study, one penguin-like character speaks while the others listen intently. A masked figure walks a grand room, holographic data floating around them, as an older figure watches, surrounded by small observers. An open book reveals a cheerful bear family, accompanied by text discussing marriage and raising a child. A digital screen displays abstract family figures and data in a vibrant, holographic style. The character speaks with a neutral, contemplative expression, framed by an indoor setting and green foliage outside. On a sofa, the right character speaks upward to the left, their conversation filling the quiet room. The character looks to the right, a blush on their cheek, their expression shy and contemplative. A tall figure clenches crumpled fabric, while a small character looks up, addressing them in the murky darkness. The red-skinned character ponders a digital display showing stick figures, questioning a choice between dad and mom. One character speaks, haltingly finishing a sentence, while a text box provides statistical data nearby. The red-skinned character speaks, while the dark-skinned character gazes at blank paper, a floating device between them. In a library, two bird-like characters converse, one displays a warplane poster, the other reads intently. Characters gather indoors, intently reading and discussing the contents of a large, open red book held by a robot. In an opulent room, the robot questions, as an unseen voice asks about writers' finances, observed by the horned character. The dark-skinned character speaks to the bird, as an upset horned creature emerges from a cloud, startling the bird. Hooded figures converse in a book-filled room, as a starry cloud on the floor births two small, dark forms. A large penguin gestures, while a smaller one hugs a happy child, and the tiny penguin looks on in surprise. A child gleefully stomps on a distressed bird-like creature, as two smaller birds watch with shock. In an elegant room, a character speaks with hesitation to three small, attentive listeners. The masked character reflects, head bowed low, an expression of profound sadness or regret lingering. A large feathered creature panics, eyes wide with distress, while two cloaked figures huddle, comforting each other. The large creature points upward as a small boy floats happily, surrounded by an array of delicious food. In a study, characters converse as a distressed bird-like creature relays information. Two cloaked figures embrace, a spiky-backed figure sits dejectedly apart in a room filled with books and windows. A large surface is covered in stacks of books and papers, representing gathered data for discussion. A character holds an open book, the right page appears to disintegrate with jagged black lines. Two figures stand in a doorway, a cloaked figure faces a masked one in a dimly lit room. Penguin-like characters gather in a grand library, listening intently to a standing speaker amidst many books. A hooded figure stands, looking towards a dark form on the right in a bright room with a large window. A central character stands tall, speaking with importance, as visual lines emphasize their powerful declaration. Two characters converse, one expressing concern about unanswered calls, another realizing an uninvited visit. A figure stands centrally in a hallway, speaking with urgency, speed lines radiating around them. Four bird-like creatures hold papers, engaged in a discussion within a room full of books and windows. The character looks forward with intense emotion, mouth agape, and hands tensed in shock or anger. Figures are seated on the floor, listening intently as a location is revealed, their postures filled with anticipation. The character speaks, looking slightly downwards with an intense, neutral expression on their face. A red-skinned character raises an object while speaking to a cloaked figure, who raises a hand towards them. Glowing, wavy golden yellow lines form an intricate, abstract space, described as the origin of Shalom. A glowing humanoid figure floats in a vast, dark void, surrounded by a swirling cosmic energy vortex. Masked and chibi characters relax in a whimsical space, while a multi-eyed figure looks up in surprise. The red-skinned character holds a dark cylindrical object with a glowing green light. A glitched humanoid figure clutches its head in pain or anguish, floating in a chaotic, abstract space. A character speaks directly to the viewer, standing in a well-lit room with a diamond-pane window. A horned, multi-eyed character looks surprised, reacting to dialogue, as a tall, dark-faced character stands nearby. A speech bubble poses a question in a room with wooden floors, white curtains, and scattered books. Two main characters address an assembly of penguin-like creatures in a library-like room filled with books. The red-skinned character makes a determined thumbs-up gesture as a small robot floats by. A character stands facing forward as dialogue reveals a strong, shocked reaction to a statement. The masked character makes a request and an offer, while the red-skinned character listens intently. Four characters engage in conversation, one addressing the others while another responds. The tall masked figure gestures while speaking, the red-skinned character responds, clutching their chest. A robot floats nearby. The red-skinned character holds a bottle, looking left, while a black figure and a device sit on a table. The tall figure holds a brown rectangular object, which a small bird-like creature reaches out to touch. A hand opens a dark box, revealing a vibrant, sparkling, galaxy-like light inside. The two main characters and a small robot stand in a room, the red-skinned character listens as a ghost-like figure speaks. A large, multifaceted crystalline object, resembling a star, is displayed as a means of transportation. The character extends their right arm, clenching their fist, poised to unleash a powerful attack. The character speaks with a serious expression, fist clenched, as shimmering particles float around them. A young man and two ethereal figures stand within a swirling black void in a room where robed figures observe. The character stands looking forward with discomfort, dark, shimmering energy emanating from their body. A demon-like figure falls, an angelic figure flies away, and a small object plummets between them over a chasm. The character looks shocked and distressed, hand raised, as a floating device with green lights contributes to the reaction. Three shadowy figures plummet from a bleak sky towards a turbulent ocean, as an unseen character expresses shock. Waves crest and crash, creating white foam and spray across a dark, turbulent body of water. A person steps through puddles of water on rough terrain, causing splashes around their boots. The three main figures stand on a gloomy, rocky shore, facing the ocean, with waves breaking around them. A small creature floats. The two main characters stand side by side, appearing sorrowful with tears on their faces. Three people stand still on a desolate black sand beach, gazing towards rugged mountains and the dark sea. The three figures stand still on an expansive dark beach, gazing out towards the sea and snow-capped mountains. Footprints trail across dark sand from a figure towards two smaller figures and a circular object near the water's edge. The three characters stand on a rocky outcrop, observing a vast, mountainous landscape reflected in still water. A smaller figure raises an arm towards a large black figure, who looks down at it, with a third figure in the distance. The two main figures stand outdoors, the red-skinned character looking right, the cloaked figure facing forward, as a drone floats. Figures stand on a cliff edge, observing a misty, mountainous landscape and soaring manta ray-like creatures. A person's boot firmly rests on a moss-covered log in a blue-green underwater scene. The horned character extends a hand towards the cloaked figure in a misty, shallow swamp. Two small figures stand before an imposing, dark-arched gateway of an ancient, overgrown ruin. A character stands still in a dark, somber stone hall, their expression neutral. The red-skinned character raises a hand to their ear, looking puzzled as a small robot floats nearby. Two figures stand motionless in a deep blue natural pool, in a quiet moment. Glowing purplish blue and light blue mushrooms adorn a moss-covered tree trunk, with sparkling specks of light. A character looks serious, a small glowing object behind them, a question mark hovering in the air. The red-skinned figure looks right, while their drone companion floats calmly to the left. A white-haired person walks away, approaching a skeletal-headed creature lurking behind a tree. The person looks forward with a distressed expression, a small robot nearby. Two figures, one cloaked, stand in a dark forest, a question mark suggesting an inquiry. Two characters face each other in a dense forest, one gesturing amidst red-capped mushrooms. Figures move through golden fields and observe an iridescent jellyfish-filled sky from a hilltop. Three characters stand in a vast grassy field under a starry night sky, interacting quietly. A character stands still, back to the viewer, against a dark, possibly cosmic background. The red-skinned character looks up at a somber, dark-skinned figure looking down. White-haired figure watches a kneeling figure speak in a dark cave, a drone nearby. A winged figure gazes upwards at a vast, star-filled night sky beside a golden cliff. A human hand reaches up, fingertips glowing blue, surrounded by floating blue orbs. Three figures gather and converse around a small campfire within a dark, rocky cave. The character looks down with a solemn expression, possibly at a faint blue glow. The character looks forward, speaking, against a warm, orange-brown, textured background. An intense campfire burns in a dark outdoor setting, a thought bubble appearing. One character brings a small object to its mouth, while another's hand hovers nearby. Two main characters face each other, one speaking, while chaotic figures appear in the background. Three characters gather around a glowing light source in a dimly lit cave, conversing. Three characters converse in a cave, one expresses misunderstanding about Miss Miria. The cloaked character stands against a plain light brown background, looking forward. A hand reaches for a joyful photograph of two children, with dialogue about Miss Miria. The character is shown chest up, looking thoughtful or solemn, with an accompanying narration. A small child peeks from under fabric, a larger hand reaching near their head. The character stands facing away from the viewer in a warm-toned wooden interior. The boy sits on a wooden floor, crying with tears streaming down his face. A tall figure holds an upset baby, an arrow pointing to the child. The boy rests against a gray surface, appearing asleep, pink lines suggesting comfort. The person in an orange hoodie faces a looming, masked figure, their back to the viewer. The child presses against a light object, crying or in discomfort, hands clenched. A black-gloved hand grips the shoulder of the person wearing an orange garment. The character is shown speaking, expressing a thought or feeling against a blurred background. The child looks forward with a worried expression, bundled in a hooded garment. Three figures stand in a fiery cave, the central figure speaking to the listeners. The red-skinned character smiles towards a robed figure, who gazes forward. Three figures gather inside a cave, illuminated by a central campfire, resting or observing. Four individuals are positioned on different ledges of an immense, misty cliff face. A character's legs are positioned over a crumbling rock face, debris falling downwards. The character is shown from the chest up, looking with a concerned or distressed expression. The red-skinned character reaches up towards a gloved hand extended downwards to them. A figure extends their left hand forward, fingers splayed, reaching out from a desolate landscape. Amidst dark rocks, a character turns, a subtle smirk playing on their lips. A gloved hand with vivid red tips grips another's forearm tightly against a dark, featureless backdrop. Under an overcast sky, two skeletal beings crawl across a desolate landscape as a lone humanoid figure observes motionlessly. In a deep cavern, the main character gazes upward at three motionless figures affixed to the distant, dark rock wall. Against a light gray void, a robot hovers beside a humanoid figure, who stands with a stern, focused expression. A white-haired figure stands captivated, facing an ancient stone wall adorned with a glowing, starburst-like symbol in a cavern of forgotten ruins. On a grassy slope, three figures approach a colossal stone archway embedded in a vast, rocky mountain, one figure kneeling. From above, a deep, moss-lined stone pit reveals two figures standing on its verdant floor below. Framed by a dark archway, a character stands still, facing the overwhelming, blinding white light emanating from beyond. In a colossal, dimly lit stone hall, three figures stand grouped together, bathed in faint light, observing their solemn surroundings. Within a vast, shadowy chamber with skeletal ribs above, three figures stand motionless, observing the profound, dim space. Two humanoids watch as a luminous creature emerges from a dark opening in the floor of a cavern supported by massive pillars. Side by side, two characters stand in a dim space, eyes wide with shared surprise, marked by a sudden, visual exclamation. In a dimly lit ruin, two characters stand with their backs to the viewer, facing deeper into the mysterious, ancient space. A dimly lit, ancient stone pillar with visible steps dominates the right, casting shadows over the uneven floor of this dark space. Two characters stand in a dark chamber, reacting to an unseen presence. A gloved hand reaches towards a small, furry creature in the darkness. Vibrant green-yellow energy swirls upward from the dark ground, radiating magic. An enraged character unleashes intense green energy, roaring with fangs revealed. A figure and a robed character stare wide-eyed, appearing utterly shocked. A character looks intently to the right, a sweat drop indicating concern. An imposing, hooded figure stands forward, its single red eye glowing ominously. The central figure is poised dynamically, moving with speed towards distant forms. A figure leans forward, charging rapidly with speed lines emphasizing motion. A foot moves with a swift kick, glowing yellow energy streaking around it. A dark hand reaches out, making contact with a dark, round head or mask. Two figures leap through the air, propelled by glowing yellow energy. A mysterious figure stands, emanating an intense, radiating purple aura. A character lunges forward, swinging towards a reacting distant figure in a cavern. A powerful character stands with glowing eyes, surrounded by an intense aura. A hand points directly to the left with its index finger extended. Two characters are suspended, facing each other within a swirling cosmic vortex. Three figures float in space around a dark orb, a white entity emerging. A lone figure observes a white object resting on a pedestal in a cavern. A figure holds a swirling dark energy orb, a red-skinned character watches, concerned. A character reacts with surprise to a large, shimmering dark orb floating before them. A character smiles broadly, looking forward as if calling out cheerfully. A humanoid figure stands surprised, holding small animals on their body. Four figures gather on a raised platform, conversing in ancient, crumbling ruins. A character looks forward, reacting with surprise or confusion to an unseen event. A red-skinned character looks shocked and worried beside a serious companion. One character speaks to three others in a vast, ancient stone chamber. The character stands still, reacting to something with surprise or confusion. A hooded figure bows deeply, hands pressed together in a gesture of regret. Three figures gather on a circular stone platform, deep in serious discussion. Three characters converse, one apologizes, another dismisses, the third listens. A character looks forward with an intense, unsettling gaze, reflecting on the past. An unseen character offers reassurance as a feathered figure listens silently. The character is speaking. A winged character is calm as a horned character reacts with wide-eyed fear. A mysterious figure stands motionless, seemingly lost in thought. A small figure walks alone on train tracks through a dark, ethereal forest. Three figures stand engaged in conversation within a dimly lit chamber. Two figures stand with their backs to the viewer in a grand, solemn chamber. A cloaked figure kneels, holding two furry creatures and speaking. A hooded figure touches their mask, looking right in awkward contemplation. A cloaked figure reacts with shock as a white creature begins to fracture and divide. A tall cloaked figure speaks to two smaller, seated figures. A character looks forward with wide-eyed surprise and concern, reacting to a realization. A robot floats as a character asks a question about meeting, Shalom. Three figures gather around a central stone block in an ancient chamber. Two hands grip and clutch dark, crumpled fabric tightly. A cloaked figure looks nervous, holding stuffed animals towards a partially visible person. A hooded figure gestures with open palms as a small creature observes calmly. No. Come on, don't be like that. Three figures gather on a raised platform amidst ancient ruins, one speaking to the others. A dark, gloomy, and mysterious environment is revealed, dialogue conveying unseen information. A white-haired character delights at a miniature woolly mammoth, held in a large hand as a device floats nearby. The character is shown in a close-up, looking directly forward, likely engaged in conversation. A masked figure points upwards, conversing with a partially visible character within a gloomy space. Characters react with expressions of surprise and shock in a dimly lit interior, perhaps to a question. A metal lantern hangs from a chain, casting a fiery yellow-orange light in a dark, enclosed space. Robed figures ascend a massive, ancient stone staircase, the lead figure carrying an illuminated object. A hooded character exclaims loudly while small, evolving creatures are humorously rejected by skeptical figures. The character stands looking forward with a serious expression in an ambiguous, dark setting. The central robed figure stands facing away, appearing to look up a dark, grand staircase, flanked by two companions. A rocket launches skyward, leaving a bright trail of exhaust above a military tank on the ground. A small figure stands alone amidst vast destruction and the skeletal ruins of skyscrapers under a dark sky. A cloaked figure stands still, observed from the side, looking towards the left in ancient stone ruins. A character's foot is poised, taking a step towards a glowing stone pillar with an embedded circular emblem. Small figures gather on a platform, observing an immense, intricately carved ancient stone structure with glowing lines. A lone figure faces a vast, dark opening of a monumental gateway, watched by a group nearby. A hand is positioned as if interacting with a glowing holographic display of futuristic circuit patterns. Three characters stand silently in a dark, minimalist environment, one of them speaking. A character speaks, making a direct statement in a dark, minimalist, and featureless setting. The two main characters face each other in a dark setting. The red-skinned character appears surprised and confused. Figures are arranged vertically in desolate ruins, one suspended, another lying horizontally, a dark object floating. Five individuals stand still, facing a colossal, ornate gateway leading into a deep black void, debris scattered. Two characters stand side by side, facing forward into a dark, cavernous, and indistinct environment. The character looks upwards with a solemn expression, their glowing eyes fixed on something unseen above. The character looks upwards with a surprised or questioning expression, reacting to an unseen event. The character stands, looking up intently at a massive, intensely glowing blue and white cosmic vortex. The character stands, looking up intently at the massive, glowing cosmic anomaly or swirling portal. The character looks upwards with curiosity, their expression reflected against a separate cosmic vista panel. The character looks upwards, appearing distressed or sad while speaking in a featureless dark background. Narrative text provides information over a cosmic scene of a dark, swirling void surrounded by glowing energy. The character speaks, their left hand raised towards their head in a gesture of thought or exasperation. Three figures stand conversing in a dark, cavernous environment, the figure on the right addressing the others. A small robot floats centrally in a dimly lit, enclosed space, a faint orange light source in the background. A large, intricate, circular device resembling a futuristic gateway stands stationary on a metal platform. Four figures stand in a vast, dark chamber, urgently discussing an impending judgment and a classification process. The small robot floats, delivering instructions regarding a judgment chamber and cautioning Miria against overexertion. The character turns sharply to the left, mouth wide in a scream, hand raised in distress, sweat visible. The robot is shown in a dark setting, a speech bubble indicating silence, thought, or an impending utterance. A digital process loads on a dark interface, followed by a character expressing success against a glowing backdrop. The character looks forward, holding a weapon, and speaks, introducing themselves against a fiery, glowing background. The robot's eyes glow brightly, indicating it is active and observing in a dark, undefined interior. Two characters converse in a dark interior, the white-haired one reacts with surprise to the conversation. A cloaked figure requests the floating robot to use a large mechanical amplifier, dismissing compatibility concerns. The character looks forward with a distressed or surprised expression, with sweat drops visible on their face. The robot or AI is speaking, its voice a logical presence in the dark, minimalist setting. The red-skinned character looks upward with a shocked, angry expression, shouting in disagreement at a proposal. The character snarls and shouts, distressed, as warnings of overexertion and a statistical assessment appear. The character speaks animatedly, arms spread, expressing strong disbelief or concern in an industrial setting. The robot is speaking, asking a direct question in a dark, dimly lit, and indistinct environment. The character appears confused and surprised, a sweat drop illustrating his inner turmoil. A hand operates a futuristic device, its green glow illuminating a holographic interface. The horned character looks away, a small robot floating nearby in a desolate canyon landscape at sunset. The character stands in a dimly lit room, their back to the viewer, head turned slightly. A lone figure sits on a rocky outcrop, gazing out at the vast, rugged desert landscape as the sun sets. The character stands in a dark void, looking upwards as if deep in thought or addressing someone unseen. The red-faced character, marked with anger, gestures wildly at the calm white character and the black robot. A cylindrical object suggests its classification abilities in a dark, minimalist setting. A large, complex piece of machinery, with glowing blue accents and visible cables, dominates the dark scene. Two individuals and a robot observe a glowing portal, displaying warning and accessing overclock mode. A robot stands motionless, its screen displaying crucial informational text and warnings. A small, cube-like object with a green dot floats within the dark void of a massive circular structure. A powerful surge of brilliant white and purple light erupts and expands, forming swirling, nebula-like patterns. A robot/drone and scattered debris float motionless in a vast, dark cosmic space. A digital interface displays reading information and loading. Beside a cosmic scene with a white wing. The character stands with hands extended, conjuring swirling, glowing golden energy around their body. Two figures stand together, gazing towards distant, glowing arc-shaped structures adorned with symbols. A pixelated mounted warrior and horse are depicted in dynamic action, weapon raised for combat. A masked character stands still as a digital interface displays access confirmations and network graphics. The character maintains a serious expression as a digital interface below shows a world map and critical data. A small, glowing-eyed drone hangs motionless within a dark void, encircled by a fractured ring of energy. A robot floats as a digital screen above it displays a definition of family. A female figure holds a child, represented within a complex digital display or information system. Sparkling particles and dark objects converge on a glowing platform, as a robot emits faint blue electrical arcs. The character's arms are slightly raised, golden, wavy lines of energy radiating around her, displaying power. Electrical energy crackles around an object while a green pixelated digital interface is simultaneously active below. A male character, engulfed in crackling purple energy, appears distressed or angry near a floating object. A futuristic device floats amidst swirling energy, an unseen character expressing determination. A dark device is surrounded by electrical arcs, while a computer screen displays code and a message. A hand holds a small, dark rectangular object, resembling a remote or old cell phone. Subtle electrical arcs and glitches are visible across a dark digital background, indicating system activity. A boy rests on a raft with a robot nearby, drifting peacefully on bright blue water. A small figure with a bowl on its head walks in an old kitchen, sunlight streaming in. A chibi character sleeps peacefully with a device attached to their head, beside a glowing DNA helix. The child looks innocently upwards, holding a small dark object in their right hand. Digital information is processed with intense energy and lightning, coinciding with a completed report. Bright blue electrical arcs surge powerfully through mechanical components and thick cables. A central creature emits an intense burst of lightning and electrical energy, radiating outwards. The character screams or exclaims loudly, engulfed in a powerful burst of lightning and energy. A character dashes towards a highly energized portal while another presumably issues a warning. A gloved hand reaches towards a floating cylindrical object amidst swirling purple energy. The character generates powerful purple lightning, manipulating a floating cylindrical object between their hands. The character generates or manipulates powerful lightning and electrical energy from their glowing hands. A hand extends forward, appearing to generate or interact with intense electrical energy. The character is seen from the back, looking over their left shoulder with an intense gaze, surrounded by energy. A figure creates a glowing ethereal ring, extending energy towards it, as another figure observes. The character looks distressed or sorrowful, hand outstretched towards the viewer against a cosmic backdrop. The character screams or roars in a state of intense rage, enveloped by crackling energy. A gloved hand is outstretched, engulfed by intense white and purple electrical energy and light trails. The character emits intense purple electrical energy and lightning, displaying an aggressive demeanor. A vast, stone chamber glows with intense blue and purple energy. A metallic object crackles with blue lightning, affecting nearby figures. In a dark cave, a character exclaims, intently examining a small object held in their hands. Against a dark background, a person holds a small, damaged cylindrical object with glowing green, oval eyes. A character, chest up, looks intently to the right, reacting to an unseen speaker. Hunched over against white, a character with glowing red hands looks down, showing distress or deep concentration. Against a dark backdrop, the character's head is bowed, gaze fixed downwards. Gloved hands carefully hold a small, dark cylindrical vial, a visible crack marring its surface. In a futuristic lab, a cloaked figure asks Miria about data. Kneeling by a large machine, Miria confirms, "We've got it all." Speed lines blur a metallic room as a character roars, looking intently to the left in a dynamic pose. Golden sunlight bathes a grand European building, casting long shadows against a sunset sky. Dark trees partially obscure it. A warm-lit lab reveals futuristic devices. Blue liquid glows in a cylinder connected to a yellow console, as a green tube extends forward. In a dim lab, one character engages a screen, another touches a blue projection, while a third observes amidst glowing tech and cables. White lightning crackles around a metallic device with blue circuitry, centered in a glowing aqua-blue field. Small objects float nearby. In a dim, futuristic lab, a man observes a device creating a brilliant, swirling sphere of blue and white energy. A green holographic motorcycle floats between two glowing blue metallic devices on a dark table, bathed in ambient blue light. Against a minimalist backdrop, the character's serious gaze is fixed intently to the right. Sunlight streaks a dim room where a horned figure works at a desk, surrounded by holograms and tech, a creature nearby. In a dimly lit, silent room, an ornate grandfather clock stands perfectly still. A long, dark, empty hallway remains still, illuminated by a soft blue light from a distant window. A single flickering candle illuminates a quiet, shadowed scene of scattered books and blank papers on a wooden surface. A sliver of light escapes from beneath a closed wooden door in a dark room. From behind, a character confronts a male figure who stands still in a dimly lit, paneled room. In a dim, book-filled room, a horned character speaks to a cloaked, floating figure. In an ornate, dim study, a character lies sprawled on the floor as others discuss powering on a critical memory state. Against a grand, dark blue interior, the character stands still, speaking into the void. The character sits on the floor in a dimly lit room, looking forward and speaking. Illuminated only by their glowing eyes, a character stands still, looking forward with calm intensity. Two figures sit on the floor, surrounded by countless stacks of books, in a soft, candlelit study. Two characters converse amidst books. Stylized figures lie on a circular platform, emitting glowing green, pixelated lines. In a candlelit study, two figures converse on the floor, one gestures while the other listens intently. Amidst a sea of books and papers, two figures sit on the floor in a grand, dim study, deep in conversation. Skipped. A tall window reflects a dim, tree-filled exterior as a character ponders the meaning of a mother. With a contemplative gaze, the character looks right, speaking or thinking aloud in a dim, indistinct room. Two candles burn brightly on a stack of books, casting a warm glow in the dimly lit room. Geometric blue light illuminates a cluttered floor where two figures rest, one curled, the other in distress. In a blue-hued, dimly lit room, the character looks thoughtfully towards windows and stacks of books. A masked figure reaches toward a green holographic silhouette, seated on the floor amidst open books, deep in thought. A digital infant appears on a dark interface, flanked by glowing green bar graphs and data visualizations. A fluffy creature glitches and tears, wide-eyed in surprise, as a faint human face projects behind it. In a dim room, one character holds a small creature and speaks about it, facing another who listens intently. A red-skinned character speaks to a robed figure, who cradles a small creature and speaks softly. At a wooden desk, a character meticulously sculpts lumpy material with a small tool, surrounded by books. A sad, fluffy creature is comforted by a hand as dialogue discusses extinct species, puppies, and mothers. Against an indistinct background, the character looks forward directly, speaking clearly. In a dark room, the red-skinned character reacts, mouth open, to a partially visible person on the right. A character's intensely glowing eyes pierce the darkness in a close-up, revealing power or focus. A child happily hugs a fluffy brown creature close to their chest against a soft pink and white background. Against total darkness, the character looks down, a serene smile complementing their powerful, glowing eyes. Two characters converse calmly, seated in a cozy, candlelit study filled with books, facing an ornate window. The character fixes an intense, narrowed gaze forward, their face illuminated by an unseen source. Bathed in the warm glow of a flickering candle, the character speaks, their words hanging in the dimly lit air. The red-skinned character recoils in shock, while the winged figure clutches their head, overcome with distress. An open book showcasing botanical illustrations lies on a dimly lit wooden table, surrounded by scattered papers. Pensive and sad, the character contemplates a close relationship, yearning for its realization. Two figures sit in armchairs, tea set between them. One gazes forward, the other looks down in contemplation. Seated on a couch, the character raises a hand to their face, deep in thought or mid-sentence. The central figure stands static, gazing forward, a partial companion just beyond view. On a classic sofa, the character looks left, seemingly speaking or lost in thought. With thoughtful determination, the character looks left, planning a financial strategy for a voluntary departure. The red-skinned character gestures in surprise, blue speed lines radiating from their sudden reaction. With a wide grin, the character points upward, celebrating a victory or making a bold statement. A surprised and intense expression crosses the character's face, their mouth slightly agape. Bathed in soft blue light, the figure calmly looks right, an ethereal glow emanating from their eyes. The horned character speaks with distress to their companion, who listens intently in the dim room. A close-up reveals the character's distressed expression, their words tumbling out in fragmented phrases. The character stands with their back to the viewer, appearing to contemplate an unseen sight. The character stands motionless, their back to the viewer, in a simple, light-filled space. From the character's mouth, a mysterious green glow emanates as they speak. In an ornate hall, one character laughs joyfully while their companion sits calmly beside them. The character looks off-panel to the right with a confident and knowing expression. On a floor strewn with books and candles, two characters sit cross-legged, one speaking to the red-skinned figure. Through a diamond-latticed window, unseen characters exchange dialogue in the dimly lit interior. Against the dark, star-filled sky above a grand mansion, a character's dialogue fills the night. The cloaked figure faces an open door, while a white-haired person cautiously peeks from behind it. The cloaked figure observes a complex, glowing green magical array dominating the room and projecting onto the wall. The character gazes intently upwards at glowing green digital data, their hands slightly raised in observation. Through a narrow gap in the wooden door, the character intently peers out into the darkness. In a dark cavern, the character intently holds a small, glowing green object, exclaiming, "AIA." Gloved hands carefully hold a small, possibly sentient object, as a hesitant voice calls out. The character's intense expression dominates the panel as they speak or think intently. Crouched low, the character looks downwards, one hand clenched tightly in a stark white space. The character's head is tilted downward, their features partially obscured by flowing hair. A hand tightly grips a large, high-tech firearm, angled upwards in a blue-lit environment. The character speaks, their words imbued with a palpable sense of urgency. The figure stands powerfully, looking down, surrounded by jagged blue and white energy lines. A lit candle casts a warm glow on a stack of old books, illuminating the dim room. In an ornate hallway, the character stands in a beam of blue light, urgent dialogue hanging in the air. Colossal, angular structures dominate a dark, misty landscape, an imposing and mysterious environment. A blurry, futuristic interior reveals metallic structures, geometric patterns, and glowing yellow-green lines. A small, luminous yellow-green sphere floats in a sterile, futuristic room, near a visible limb. A glowing, grid-like energy cage floats, holding fragments, as disinfection complete appears. A small robotic figure lies on the floor, resting beside a bed in a futuristic room. Glowing objects scatter on a grid surface, while a luminous, caged orb vibrates gently. A small, caged, glowing orb falls, string attached, onto a larger, glowing grid sphere. Tears stream down the character's face as they lie down, conveying deep sadness in the dim room. A glowing, amber sphere encased in a net vibrates subtly on a dark, flat surface. A glowing, caged orange sphere streaks rapidly past the character in a futuristic corridor. A small, glowing-tipped object lies on the floor, observed by the still character. A small, dark object resembling a key, with an intricately glowing spherical head, rests on the ground. A demonic figure, hand glowing, looks from behind thick bars as a name is shouted off-panel. The child smiles widely, eyes gleaming with excitement, reaching out in a dimly lit room. The child reaches up towards the adult, whose hand extends through the dark bars. Tears stream from the child's eyes as an adult hand gently cradles their face. The character is in distress, eyes closed, possibly crying or sweating in a blurry, dark setting. A crying child is comforted by an unseen hand gently touching their cheek. The character extends a hand towards a room through a large, blue-framed glass partition. The character rappels down a dark, vertical wall using a yellow and black striped rope. The character ascends or navigates a dark, industrial structure with their hand on a metallic surface. A figure rappels down the sheer side of a tall, modern building in a futuristic cityscape. The character speaks with intense resolve, looking down in a dimly lit, confined space. A white-haired figure runs nimbly along a thick tree branch, a small creature following close. An older man stirs a pot over a fire, while the child watches and a shadowy creature floats. A futuristic vehicle glides under an aurora-lit sky as whale-like creatures fly gracefully above. The character gazes forward, deep in contemplation amidst strong blue and red lighting. A lone figure sits on a rocky outcrop, watching the dramatic sunset over a vast canyon. The character looks to the right with a slight smirk, illuminated by a faint pinkish glow. The character stands silhouetted, looking out towards the brilliant orange horizon at sunset. A tall character holds a distressed smaller character in a futuristic, dim interior. The character speaks with a serious expression, looking off-panel to their right. The character is suspended by rope, rappelling or climbing a massive blue futuristic structure. Two robed figures converse amidst ethereal blue and purple cosmic patterns. The character speaks with two speech bubbles, head framed by a thin purple line. One character speaks to another, who is confined behind thick vertical bars. A masked figure stands with their back to the viewer as a crying child looks up from a crib. The character hesitates, leaning towards a glowing doorway, a small key on the floor. A person looks at a floating, spherical object with a glowing core in a sterile room. The child looks up with a shocked, wide-eyed expression, tears glistening. The white-haired character faces a distressed black-haired character behind bars. A small person reaches through bars towards a surprised, three-eyed horned creature. The child looks up, wide-eyed and distressed, vocalizing softly with an open hand. The character appears startled, looking forward with wide eyes and a slightly open mouth. A binder-like object is passed through a narrow opening to a pale, reaching hand. A wooden box neatly displays a vibrant palette of crayons and markers. The child kneels on the floor, intently focused on a tablet device in front of them. A hand draws on a sketchbook with a reddish-brown tool, while the other hand rests. Human hands gently interact with wolf-like creatures in a dark, blue-lit chamber. Colorful crayons are scattered on a dark surface, with more neatly arranged in a box. A girl smiles and holds an arm as a boy runs joyfully up a sunny grassy hill. A yellow-tipped object draws a vibrant yellow patch on a light-colored surface. A group of fantasy creatures gathers, some holding items, one interacting with a human hand. The child kneels, holding a green object, surrounded by drawings and art supplies. A human hand holds a black object as a black robot and another object float nearby. Tears stream from the person's right eye, down their cheek, in a dark setting. A dark-skinned figure extends hands forward as lighter hands reach out towards them. An adult character tenderly embraces and nuzzles a smiling child. A hand holds a yellow crayon, actively drawing on a piece of paper on a flat surface. The child looks wide-eyed and startled, a yellow-tipped finger pointed towards the foreground. A character is thinking or murmuring the name Mori. Against a dark, abstract background. The character is shown from the chest up, seemingly speaking, with a warm background hint. A gloved hand holds up a white card featuring a vibrant orange carrot drawing. A hand displays a white card reading, "Carrot," affirmed by an unseen voice. A hand actively draws a large, textured green shape on white paper. A robot floats, observing green scribbles on a wooden table, as a hand gestures. A young boy looks left, wide-eyed with a tear, appearing distressed. A character speaks while a robot companion floats beside them in a warm interior. A hand reaches for an open book where an intricate circular symbol card rests. A character kneels in a futuristic room, clutching their head in apparent pain. A foreground character swings their arm powerfully forward in a dim, enclosed area. A child looks upwards, distressed and on the verge of tears. A hand holds up a drawing depicting a parent-like figure holding an infant. A gloved hand displays a drawing of three sleeping, egg-shaped figures nestled together. An extreme close-up reveals a reflective, emotional eye in a dark setting. A hand holds up a white paper with the bold black word MOM printed on it. The green tip of a marker hovers over a surface, poised to draw in a dim room. A white marker with a bright green tip draws a glowing, wavy line on a dark surface. A child sits on a dark floor, surrounded by numerous drawings and art supplies. Massive, angular, dark gray structures dominate a desolate landscape under a hazy sky. A dark spherical object floats in blue space, its central mechanism glowing orange. A large, dark, rounded metallic object with a latch is partially visible. A hazmat-suited figure leans forward, operating a console in a high-tech control room. Two hooded figures observe glowing screens, surprised by unreported activities. Two suited individuals converse, one gesturing forward, reacting to an external view. A blurred foreground suggests movement as a figure observes a floating drone. A character rappels down a tall structure, addressed by an unseen, alarmed speaker. A character peeks from behind a dark corner, papers in hand, with a wide, grimacing smile. A small, dark, cube-like object hovers, emitting a glowing stream of light to a hand. The central character with glowing eyes looks towards a masked figure, posing a question. The character stands still, looking thoughtfully or solemnly to the right. Two figures, one masked, are seated on the floor amidst books and candles, conversing. The character looks to the right with a subtle smile against a plain background. The character is shown from the chest up, looking forward and speaking. A black garment rests stationary on a dark, textured floor. Five elaborately dressed figures stand gathered in a vast, golden-lit stone chamber. A tiny figure stands alone on an ornate octagonal platform in a vast, dark abyss. The character is depicted in a static, direct pose, looking forward. Various figures are present in a grand, cosmic chamber as a judgment is set to begin. Figures stand still in a dimly lit hall, the central one adopting a multi-armed pose. An ornate octagonal stone platform with a prominent symbol is static as a challenge is posed. The character is shown from the torso up, speaking with determination in a barren setting. Two large, cloaked figures observe from the foreground, as smaller figures stand distant. The character stands still, seemingly in thought, within a grand, dim chamber. A pyramid-headed character addresses a distant figure in a glowing, patterned chamber. An unseen character is speaking within a static, grand interior space. The character looks directly forward, urgently speaking and pleading for help. Three figures stand in a purple-lit chamber, two covering faces, one with raised hands, surprised. A cloaked character confronts three figures on a platform, while large white figures observe. A robed character gestures towards a holographic projection in a grand hall. Holographic projections of two women are displayed, identified as caretakers. Ancient cave paintings depict stick figures, animals, and a large winged symbol on a dark wall. A serene white church with a reddish-brown roof sits atop a grassy hill under a clear blue sky. A woman in a wheelchair gazes out over an expansive grassy field under the open sky. The woman sits calmly, holding a sleeping child, as other children play in the sunlit field. A character floats above an ancient, intricately patterned stone floor, speaking. Massive dark structures cast eerie green beams onto a desolate landscape filled with wreckage. The character looks forward with an expression of profound shock and sadness. A cosmic figure appears within a swirling nebula of blue and purple, posing a question. Two figures engage in serious conversation within a grand, dark hall with glowing golden accents. A robed figure extends their hand, unleashing a wavy line of luminous green energy towards a structure. A humanoid figure clutches its head as multiple hands grasp and touch its body. Green energy emanates from a central Celtic knot platform towards three observing robed figures. The character speaks, looking upward towards a large, ornate structure in the dark interior. A digital interface displays character information and a stylized portrait in pixelated green text. 5 penguin-like characters gather around a holographic screen, one pointing at the data. Static digital profiles and glowing green information are presented on a grid-like screen. One character gestures towards another, who looks on with wide-eyed surprise in a digital realm. A glowing green cyan digital screen displays a data profile with a figure and potential roles. 3 stylized figures stand facing forward within a futuristic, green-glowing environment. A regal figure observes as a smaller robed figure manipulates a green orb towards a black slab. A group of figures stands together, many smaller ones appear sad, overseen by a masked figure. The character looks slightly downwards, maintaining a neutral and contemplative expression. A large group gathers in a grand hall, one figure speaking or shouting about sharing. The humanoid figure stands with arms raised, hands gripping its triangular head covering. A large figure addresses Miria, commenting on an unequal relationship to distant small figures. A cloaked figure faces 3 identical robed figures, receiving a stern warning. The character looks forward, speaking with a serious and contemplative expression. A missile launches into the sky, leaving a massive smoke plume above a military tank. A lone figure stands amidst the desolate, ruined landscape of a post-apocalyptic city. The character observes a small, glowing orb with a blue-purple aura held between their hands. A hand clenches into a fist, seemingly containing or generating glowing particles. The character speaks, making a statement about relinquishing power. A multi-armed figure stands in an expressive pose, appearing shocked or angry while speaking. One figure addresses Miria, questioning her suitability for a child in an ornate room. A question is posed by a large figure to small figures standing on octagonal platforms. The cloaked figure stands, facing away from the viewer in a dimly lit, void-like space. A tall figure and 4 small creatures observe a glowing, rectangular yellow data display. The character stands still, facing a large, blocky structure, seemingly in contemplation. The character's mouth is open in a scream or shout, conveying intense distress. An open book displays drawings amidst scattered papers on a sunlit table, prompting reflection. An open book features a vibrant child's drawing, accompanied by thoughts on Mori's mother. The character's eye glows brightly, shimmering with multiple, vivid colors. Text is displayed prominently within a large, light gray circle on a dark background. A large hand gently holds a small child's hand, while a group gathers with a red-caped child. Hands are clasped together, conveying a gesture of prayer or earnest pleading in a dim setting. The character looks upwards with a distressed expression, tears flowing, hands clasped in plea. 3 robed figures participate in a formal proceeding, standing on tiered platforms. One gestures. The cloaked character looks towards 3 distant figures standing on a raised platform. 3 cloaked figures react with surprise and disbelief to colossal, glowing structures. One figure speaks, reacting with alarm to a door being opened, surprising the group. The character looks intently upwards with a concerned expression, reacting to a sound. A dark gray hand tenderly cups a reaching orange hand, bathed in soft, natural light, creating a moment of gentle connection. Subdued light fills an interior room, highlighting a dark wooden dresser and a sheer curtain by a window, depicting a quiet, static scene. 2 suited figures plummet down a dark shaft, held by a yellow cable near a descending mechanical beast. Debris swirls as chaos erupts. 3 figures stand on a glowing hexagonal platform. One covers its face in distress as reflective fragments float in the dark, enclosed space. The character's glowing eyes widen, mouth agape in shock, against a rough, gray surface, revealing profound surprise. The character spins left, face contorted in anger, as sharp fragments scatter, signaling a powerful impact or release. A figure in white plummets, suspended by a yellow cable connected to a large mechanical entity below, amidst scattering debris. 3 figures on a glowing, patterned platform strike distressed or ritualistic poses, surrounded by floating crystalline fragments in a vast chamber. Against a blurred, rocky backdrop, the character's expression registers clear surprise and shock. Leaning forward, the character's angry expression pierces through floating debris, embodying intense conflict or impact. A cloaked figure watches a small winged creature fly above colossal, glowing pillars in a vast, dark, ancient space. A glowing, ethereal hand-like form radiates brilliant sparkles and light amidst swirling patterns of dark teal and blue energy. A brilliant energy beam erupts in a sci-fi chamber, enveloped by swirling light. A small figure stands within the energized environment. Against a backdrop of speed lines, the character shouts, eyes wide and mouth agape in a clear expression of shock or alarm. The character drifts listlessly, limbs relaxed, floating or falling through the emptiness of a vast, black void. Head tilted back, the character gazes upwards and leftward into profound blackness, displaying a pained or sorrowful expression. The character floats backward in a dark void, then sideways through a cosmic realm, bathed in light and shimmering particles. A massive black sphere, encircled by brilliant energy, dominates a swirling nebula. A tiny white object floats near its edge. An outlined figure emerges from vibrant cosmic energy, with light and particles swirling, creating an ethereal and dynamic effect. A monstrous face looms in the blurry darkness, its aggressive, menacing expression suggesting imminent attack or powerful motion. The red-skinned character drools bright green liquid, surrounded by splashes of green and blue energy, signaling impact or affliction. The character falls through a swirling cosmic vortex, a maelstrom of blue and purple energy in the dark expanse. In a cosmic chamber, 2 large figures gaze at a smaller one trapped within a swirling energy portal, reacting intensely. The red-skinned character speaks in profile, their words emerging against a backdrop of swirling blue and purple energy. A luminous figure stands in a vast cosmic expanse of swirling nebulae and stars, appearing to address an unseen presence. A small figure hangs suspended within a swirling cosmic phenomenon, actively distorting space like a wormhole. A hand grasps a stack of white, lined paper, likely a letter, set against a background of swirling blue and purple energy. A character extends an open palm as glowing blue DNA helices descend amidst swirling energy and sparkling particles. Cupped hands hold swirling dark blue energy, from which small, glowing white squares emanate and float upwards. Sparkling, square-like particles drift through dark space, near a swirling mass of luminous blue and purple energy. The luminous figure stands glowing brightly, emitting light against a dramatic backdrop of swirling cosmic nebulae. A small figure floats contained within an energy ring, resting upon the chest of a massive cosmic entity. The character drifts lifelessly, or unconscious, within a vast, swirling vortex of dark blue and purple energy. 2 figures stand in a dark, abstract blue setting as an unseen character's words echo, indicated by a speech bubble. The character is shown in a slumped, bowing posture, enveloped by glowing, ethereal light and energy effects. A tiny baby's hand firmly grasps an adult's index finger, set against a blurred background of warm, reddish-orange tones. With an intense gaze, the character speaks, liquid dripping from their face in an ethereal blue environment. The radiant figure expands with energy, emitting a powerful aura of light and particles against a swirling cosmic nebula. The character gazes up at colossal, glowing pillars and ethereal light particles gently falling through the vast, dark chamber. 3 figures stand in a ritualistic pose, hands outstretched, amidst a delicate shower of shimmering light particles. Incapacitated figures lie scattered on a sloping, striped pathway, framed by a dark, star-filled cosmic expanse. A gigantic luminous entity manifests from cosmic depths, its pale arms reaching up as small figures watch from below. An empty, sterile interior features multiple flights of gray stairs, illuminated by a high rectangular light source. A child races forward with intense motion blur, surrounded by purple abstract shapes and circuit-like lines, conveying speed. A chibi character hides its face under green rays, later, it gazes at a distant, dark circular portal. The boy leans forward, wide-eyed and intense, cheeks flushed, in a low stance within a sterile, modern room. A small character moves away from the viewer, glancing over its shoulder in a pristine, high-tech room. Upside down, the character plummets headfirst into a vast, star-filled void, leaving a glowing futuristic structure behind. The character hangs suspended, upside down, against the stark emptiness of a plain black void. A chibi figure and silhouette float in cosmic space, where glowing hands emerge from a vibrant nebula and dark void. A child floats weightlessly amidst a sparkling blue and purple cosmic expanse. A nascent star glows intensely, its blue-white energy tendrils reaching into the deep cosmic void. Within a dark, swirling cosmic void, glowing blue-purple energy manifests as English text. A person's left side disintegrates into golden, shard-like pieces, scattering into the sparkling, ethereal sky. A child floats in a luminous cosmic space, arms outstretched, as a red fabric and a detached sock drift nearby. Ethereal text hovers in a dark cloud, then the scene shifts to a vast vista of swirling blue and purple nebulae. The character gazes upwards, an expression of wonder on their face, under a vibrant, speckled blue sky. A luminous cosmic figure stands in a swirling void of blue and purple light, radiating intricate patterns. A chibi character soars through a starry gradient sky, their vibrant red cape trailing dynamically behind them. Glowing white English text floats prominently within an ethereal, nebulous void of blue and purple light. A minimalist white background is subtly touched by a soft, bright blue gradient, hinting at distant light. Against a bright, cloud-filled sky, a person looks upwards, their hair silhouetted by the light. Lying on soft grass, a person rests, head tilted back and eyes partially closed under a bright sky. From an aerial view, a character glides effortlessly, arms outstretched, over an expansive green field. On a wide grassy hill, a small character sits, motion lines suggesting a sudden, swift movement. The character stands in a sunny, grassy field, hands lightly clasped, gazing intently to the left. Under a bright blue sky, the character stares intently left, an expression of surprise etched on their face. In an outdoor setting with a blue sky, the character looks upwards, their expression reflecting confusion. Under a clear blue sky, the character gazes upwards, eyes wide with an expression of surprise or awe. A lone figure stands in a vast green field, while a faint streak cuts across the distant light blue sky. The person looks intently upwards and right, their face marked with an expression of surprise and wonder. In a wide, green field beneath a cloud-streaked blue sky, figures stand, gazing towards the horizon. A group of characters gathers in a grassy field, hands raised, calling out, "Mori," in excitement. A small child beams upwards with a wide, joyful smile against a bright, clear blue sky. A narrative unfolds through childlike drawings, depicting joy, distress, and adventure, framed by realistic scenes of journeys. Childlike drawings are displayed, while a hand with glowing particles is held open amidst dialogue in a dim, ornate chamber. A character presents childlike drawings, questioning how to record them as evidence in a dark, structured environment. Childlike drawings of futuristic scenes in a house precede abstract figures observing a cosmic vista, lost in thought. Various childlike drawings illustrate interactions, joy, and tender moments, including an embrace by a tall, dark figure. A small child joyfully runs towards a group, featuring a winged entity and a broadly smiling horned man, amidst waving figures. Loose sheets of paper display childlike colored pencil drawings, depicting figures, devices, and abstract scribbles. In a dark cosmic space, a glowing figure speaks, surrounded by swirling patterns of purple and blue light. For childlike drawings portray characters in various static poses, some with outstretched arms, one giving a thumbs up. A joyful child is tenderly embraced by two larger figures with wings and spiky white hair amidst shimmering light. The child's face beams with a broad, joyful smile against a softly blurred, sunny outdoor background. A human-like person confronts a group of fantastical characters. One is shocked, another a red demon yells aggressively. Under a bright blue sky, the two characters gaze at each other, sharing warm smiles. A group huddles together in a vibrant green field, observing a red object while stylized white shapes float above. An ornate wooden window frames a vibrant outdoor scene, blue sky with clouds and swaying green grass. Two figures rest, slumped over a table and against a dresser, in an indoor room with scattered yellow wires. Two cloaked figures sleep slumped over a table, a white device between them, amidst a tangle of cables on the floor. A white cushioned object with a black device rests on a metallic base, with yellow and black cables hanging below. A black electronic device displays loading, a small dark object lies nearby, and a narration bubble concludes the scene. A small robot rests on a soft cushion, its screen displaying the question, "Who are you?" Inside a plain room, a man with crossed arms and a concerned woman observe something unseen. Amidst wires and scientific gear, a group of characters gathers, one questioning their mysterious location. The red-faced figure stands with crossed arms, speaking to a cloaked figure whose hands extend forward. The central masked figure pauses, deep in thought or realization, flanked by two companions. Engulfed in a maelstrom of crackling blue and white lightning, a figure emits immense electrical energy. Two figures, the man with arms crossed, stand or sit side by side, their gazes cast downward. A large, black and white creature covers its mouth in distress, observed by a smaller white creature. A red-skinned character and a spectral figure stand together, looking forward with serious expressions. A small robot sits on a pillow, mentally anticipating someone's impending confusion. Before grand wooden doors, a humanoid figure speaks while two other figures stand and listen. A child crawls rapidly away from robed figures, one of whom speaks, watching the child's departure. A chibi character peeks from behind a door frame, observing a robot sitting on a soft pillow. A baby smiles broadly, eyes shining with joy, its tiny hands reaching forward. The robot character stands centrally, seemingly floating above a bright, undulating landscape. In a warmly lit room, a person raises a leg, poised as if to step forward or down. A dark, reflective object hangs suspended, while a larger, angled cylinder rests nearby. A joyful child, eyes closed in bliss, holds a black cylindrical object with a green V symbol aloft. Startled, robed and horned figures react as a boy happily holds a device, observed by a floating robot. The red-skinned character speaks, a thought bubble above, while a small white creature sits passively beside them. A chibi character gazes up as the red-skinned figure, shown in profile, shouts downwards. The central figure looks forward, flanked by two blurred companions, symbols indicating mild confusion. A tall figure stands with a clenched fist, reprimanded by a child offering a device, an argument brewing. A character is shown from the chest up, smiling serenely with eyes gently closed. An elegant chateau stands nestled amidst a vast field of green grass, under a bright blue sky. A large figure tenderly hugs a small child amidst a pink, heart-filled background, both utterly joyful. A large hooded figure tenderly holds and nuzzles a small child, a heartwarming display of affection. A small, fluffy character sparkles with excitement, its outstretched arms observed by the central figure. A dark-gloved hand pushes a yellow tissue box across the wooden floor. Two figures hold a yellow box, the one on the right reacting with surprise. The masked character gazes intently, shocked and distressed by the number 37 on a small paper. The black figure speaks as the white figure holds a yellow box, a small human floating nearby, 37, on the ground. A tall, penguin-like figure instructs a group, one reacting with visible shock and disbelief. Number 5, is called. A robed figure leaps back, startled, exclaiming, "Eek!" It's me. On a wooden bench, a character sits holding a small white object, observed by another. A gloved hand holds a small, creased piece of paper displaying the large number, 64. The character stands in a static pose, looking forward with a slight angle. The figure sits silently on a simple wooden bench, seemingly lost in thought. Water droplets shimmer on vibrant yellow-green leaves of a plant branch. An open purple book with pink scribbles lies on the floor beside a closed, older green book. Sunlight streams into a spacious bedroom, casting shadows on the floor near an open book and rocking horse. A large bed with white bedding hints at a sleeping form beneath the duvet on the right side. From beneath a crumpled white blanket, a hand slowly emerges. An adult and baby sleep peacefully, nestled closely, their faces near one another. The small character sits up drowsily in a white bed, bathed in light from the window. In a sunlit bedroom, a hooded figure narrates an explanation regarding the bed's height. A dream of a cosmic bedroom fades as a dark-haired figure awakens, recalling glowing devices and confused. The small character sits up in bed, as a large creature rests beside them and a dog-like creature sleeps on the floor. The black-haired character gazes down, confused, as the white-haired character emerges, gasping in surprise. A small person cuddles against a large, fluffy creature, both resting peacefully. A small child kneels on a pillow beside the bed, gazing at a figure beneath a blanket. A human hand holds the furry creature by its back, the creature grinning broadly. The child stands before a grand, closed door, reaching out with both hands. A character subtly observes the sparkling air outside through an open window. Sunlight illuminates swirling dust motes and an ornate, empty gold picture frame on a white wall. In a grand hallway, a character holds a glowing rectangular object, emitting a wispy light trail. Amidst glowing geometric patterns and floating XM01 text, a character stands, a subtle reaction on their hat. The child holds a plush creature, scratching their cheek, facing forward in a sunlit room. A child gazes up, arms raised, as a large, dark hand extends towards them, a small creature observing. The large, masked figure kneels to the child's height, who reaches out to touch their arm. Dark hands gently hold the child's arms, engaged in play or support. The masked individual gazes downwards, an interaction implied with a partially visible character below. A happy, smiling baby reaches out, its forearms gently held by dark hands. The tall figure holds the happy, smiling baby close to their chest. The larger bird creature carries a stack of logs, accompanied by a smaller bird.